8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're live. What's up, everybody? Hope you're having a great day. I know we are, and we're getting settled in, focused, and dialed in for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba will join us in 1 hour from now. Will a meat could spin. I'm looking over at the guys. It doesn't look like it spun yesterday, so we're good there. But we have a lot happening. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, and we will get through the day with a lot of news, a lot of personal stories, and your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, Eddie Van Adler, he's right in there. He's got things rolling. And over to my right, it's Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
No.
Everybody fine? Everybody fine?
Everybody seems to be
fine
good.
as one.
You know, this place here. How you doing, sir?
He cannot believe
What's
he had to
going
get
on?
up for this.
All right, he's running.
Yeah.
We were talking to Vestavia Hills finest. We got police and fire outside. No, a non-emergency call.
We think.
We
think.
We think at this point, unless there's something going on. But we have alarms going off everywhere. So if you hear something faint in the background, it's like, well, that's a weird noise. It is the alarms here at the city center. They're going off, and when I say they're going off, and they bring volume too.
Yes.
And so.
It's deafening.
Yeah.
Is it normally this bad?
It is
in
not.
here. It's not in here. I know
Not
it is
in the
out
studio.
there.
Even when, in the hallway inside the studio, it's loud, which it wasn't doing when I first got here, but now it is. But normally you can't hear it in here.
Yeah, and
I in the headphones I don't hear it, so I guess we're good.
Rick and Bubba, if you were listening right now, if I were you, I'd sit in your car till 6:06.
Yeah, because right outside y'all's office, it's going.
And we talked to management here. They were aware, apparently, here most of the evening, trying to correct the problem, and it cranked back up. So we
did I hear him say that he had been up since 1 a.m. working on it?
He had been here since 1.
And
yes, here, and he lives 40 minutes
and
away.
You called him before 5 a.m.
Oh yeah, I did. I called him and I said, "Hey, what do we do?" And
because when I first got here, you could hear it. It was going off somewhere, but it was like isolated, far off. Right. Now the whole place is right.
Oh, I heard it. Look,
I forgot to tell him, and while you're here, fix that smell.
I was across the street pumping gas, and I was doing that weird thing where nobody's there, and you don't know if you should pump gas or not.
I know.
That is where I've never done that. Does that work?
Yeah,
I'm not
it works.
going to.
It
I'm not
does.
doing it.
And I always feel like my credit card's gonna get stuck in there.
Yeah,
that kind of
right.
thing.
Why do you put yourself though?
Huh?
Why do you?
Well, I
put
needed
yourself
gas,
through
Greg, and I knew my day was lined up to a point where I didn't have a whole lot of time to stop and get gas. I thought, well, I'll stop. Well, I heard it from
Can
over
I say
there.
something? Hey, sir. Hey, guys. Can y'all hear me? They can't.
They
hear me.
can't even
They can't hear me
so
over the
loud.
alarm.
No.
Okay. The fire department's walking around outside. Go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry. You're pumping gas.
It was so loud I could hear it across the street, I thought, well, there's the alarm, and then I saw a fire truck pull out, or I could see it coming from right up here where the station is, and I thought, we're coming, they'll take care of it. Well, I guess they were headed to a different call.
They were, because
lights rolling, siren, they were headed off.
I passed the other call they were on, it looked like a situation there. We had a number of lights. Kind of scared me, or so many lights.
Oh, it lighted up, son.
And they were taking care of another problem.
I'll never hear me.
There's a lot of problems out there.
Yes,
yes,
there is.
And this is, I'm sure, way down on their list, but we're just trying to do the right thing and let everybody know. So how's everybody?
Good.
Braves take game 1.
How about that?
6-2.
They started off quick.
I was listening on the radio when it first started.
Yeah.
And because I was driving, and the first guy up, deep.
Oh,
Solaire.
yeah.
And I said,
he's back.
Greg, he's the one that was out with COVID.
Yeah.
And
he feels better, it looks like.
yeah,
he does.
Sure did. We got a hit in game 6.
Yeah.
And it was a pinch hit. He came in, he got a hit, and then started
getting
off
his legs under.
third pitch of the game last night, I believe it was, and that was
Bam.
history. No one's ever done that in game 1 of the World Series.
Yeah.
How about that?
So.
And stood there and enjoyed it, too, which I thought was kind of funny.
Yeah, well, I love it. I love when they pimp a home run. I say pimp away.
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Me either.
But, you talking about –
You deserved it.
You talking about can't have nothing. So the Braves win, but then the starting pitcher goes out in the third, and he's dang broke his leg.
So Charlie Morton ended up breaking his leg.
I saw him.
It's a fracture. Yeah,
we got hit.
He got hit in the second inning,
yeah.
and then got through it. It was a little line drive that came back and hit him, and it looked like it was in the bottom of his calf, like upper ankle area. And he got through it. And then in the third, I guess maybe after the first out, he kind of looked like
his
ankle or his knee buckled a little bit, and they were trying to figure it out. And
I didn't realize he broke it.
Then Smoltz came back, and
he needs to suck it up. It's the World Series.
Yeah, and then Smoltz came back and said, "I think it's from the injury from the hit." And sure enough, it was. They went and had it looked at and X-rayed, and it's come back that it's a fracture. So he's out for the rest of the series.
That's great.
That's tough if it goes deep, because need him. And
You go talking about the veteran. He's pitched a lot and really helped the Braves, but they will do the rest of the series without him. Charlie Morton left the game, third inning, broke fibula.
Charlie's been around a while.
Yep.
He's in his late 30s, I guess, by now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mo Bones got
boy, he can still throw it 97, 98.
Oh,
I mean,
effortless.
Boy,
it's like he's not even bearing down.
Yeah, former Astro, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he's bounced around a little bit.
So speaking of the Houston Astros, let me take you back to 2018. I don't know if y'all remember this or not.
Is that trash can?
In where you know what, that was probably going on and we didn't even know it. So with Reese's Bunch.
You went. I remember that.
You look at that kid's foot got hung in something.
Yeah, Ryan, yes. As a matter of fact, I texted the boys now who were all 17. A couple of them turned 18. I texted the group last night. I said, and do we remember this in 2018, home of Game 1 of the World Series? And Minute Maid Park, where we were and the World Series is, one of the kids that came with us got his foot stuck, or the shoe stuck in the escalator coming down. And it's kind of funny because, it's the crying baby in the room, and I didn't do it.
Yeah.
He's a prankster, and he cuts up a lot. But this one time, he really wasn't doing anything. But it looked like it was.
Y'all were hung up for a while.
Oh no, you don't understand. Like a guy that's in charge of all maintenance had to shut the escalator down, detour everybody, shut it down, and totally fix.
Foot's in it.
Yeah. Finally, he just took his shoe off and walked around with one shoe on. But we went the first year. We went to see the St. Louis Cardinals. It was a road trip. About 10 kids and dads. We just went up and had a good time.
It's a long way.
And then the next year they said, let's go to Houston. And, let's branch out further than the Atlanta Braves. It was more about the road trip, not necessarily the team. Yeah. And so we went, and I sent that to the group. It was video of them trying to fix the escalator. That's and him going, I promise you I didn't really do it. But what's the funniest part is they're all little, there's 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was, they were all sweet back then. Now they're too cool for school.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah. I remember that story.
I'm like, so this is Game 1 of the World Series, and here we are in a handle. It was funny, funny stuff. But Game 1, Game 2 tonight. It's still in Houston.
Greg and I lasted 4 innings. Which, if you lasted 4 innings, you lasted till 9 o'clock.
Yeah. I think I went.
Gracious.
I think I finally about 9:35 said, "What am I doing?"
Yeah.
And I just said, "I'm sorry. I just got to go to sleep."
Then fire alarm.
And did. And then when I woke up, I couldn't wait to. I was like, check scores, and 6-2.
That's exactly what I did. It was like 2:15 this morning. I checked.
Is that when you tinkle?
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
of gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Funny behind-the-scenes story. Not funny if you're Vestavia Hills Fire Department. But we went out and spoke with them. If you're just joining us, we got this crazy alarm that goes off. Here at the city center, you got your strobe light alarms, and they come with sound, and they're doing their job. I mean, I got to commend the alarms if I could talk to them.
Yeah.
Hey, you're doing a pretty good job. But they were working a situation around here. They had some type of sprinkler bust, and they've been working with management, who we also woke up here. And together they were trying to turn alarms off till about 1 a.m. and were successful. But then this one cranked back up in the 4 o'clock hour Central Time. And so now they're walking back around with a set of keys, and they're not real happy.
No, they're not.
But when I say they're not, they weren't rude to us.
They weren't.
They were
extremely
very
nice.
They were extremely nice to us, but you could tell they hadn't slept much.
There's almost a little bit
hurts.
of hey, get out of our way.
Yeah,
We're gonna,
right.
Which is fine.
If he could probably express himself the way he wanted to,
Yes.
it was, hey, Bip, we got this,
Right, right.
And we know what we're doing. And I thought we handled it well. That's fine. We just spoke with management, and he had given us some information, and I just wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah.
And I'm out. I thought we just let go.
Very young gentleman with him, probably in his early 20s, maybe 25.
Yeah.
He looked like it anyway. And
Right.
I kind of leaned on him, talked to him a minute, and I said, I got to know, y'all been up all night. And he goes, we've been up all night, not necessarily for this. Now, this has been part of it, but we've had some other calls too. So, anyway, now they're walking that way. It's still going on. They're still trying to figure it out.
Speaking of other calls, I kind of want y'all to tell me what y'all think happened right here.
Oh, goodness.
What y'all think about this? Take a listen.
911, what's the emergency?
I accidentally shot my son here.
Is he awake?
I cannot understand the word you're saying.
Is
You're
he
screaming in my ear.
awake?
Yes.
I need to know where he was shot at. Was it the head, the arm, the chest, the leg?
Yeah, in his side.
My gracious.
What do y'all think happened there?
Well, I think somebody shot someone.
It's like he shot his son.
Mm-hmm.
Accidentally. I can't hear you. He was kind of in a bad mood about it.
Yeah. You want to know why?
Too early for it's too soon for an Alec Baldwin joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't do
So
that.
can't do that.
I thought about it. I had one in reserve.
Did you really?
Yeah, I held back.
79-year-old man
Okay. Papa Rock.
in Ohio being accused of shooting his son, 50, in the side because he would not stop playing the guitar.
Wait a minute. So he admits that he went in there.
He's admitted it. He said, I admit it. I shot my son. He refused to stop playing his guitar.
Man don't like guitar.
Must not play it very well.
No,
must not. It
this
must be
happens.
very
This
irritating.
happened Sunday. Apparently,
He must not continue it.
He said he wouldn't stop playing. He said,
you know what I
Can you
did?
imagine if he was here right now hearing this sound
"Oh no!"
Go out
and
there
had a gun? We'd all be shot.
He said, and here's his defense: I only meant to shoot near him.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
He was
so
just
what's
trying
he?
to send a
I
warning
guess he was
shot.
going to send a warning shot,
Yeah.
but no, you shot him, buddy.
In the side.
The police found the gun, a spent shell casing, and the guitar.
Okay. Was it hit?
Yeah,
No?
and it apparently had holes in it,
Oh, it did?
during the search of the home.
So he was tired of the guitar so bad he shot it.
Yeah, he called
got-
911. We just played that. But then a fight
Did the
between the
guy
father
make
and
it
the
out?
son broke out, police say.
But yeah, you'll find somebody. if they
Suffering
shoot you.
injuries to his face and mouth area. I guess the son probably said, "Hey, Dad, you just shot me."
Yeah,
And
so-
then, so I guess while they were responding, they were fighting too. But the guy admitted it. And he's got a busted up face and lips all swollen up
So
where
a
his
guy with
son
a
lit him
gunshot
up.
wound beat him up.
Yeah, apparently so. 50 years old, the son.
Goodness gracious.
79, the daddy.
What about Christmas this year when they're all sitting around the table? Hey, Dad, my bad.
Yeah, and look, you should
Son, I
never,
don't like guitar.
you should never shoot at anyone.
No, that's
warning
not
shots. That's not what's recommended at all. But has anybody ever made you so mad that you're like, okay? I mean,
Wanna
again,
shoot 'em?
should not do that. No, I'm just saying, have you ever gotten in a fight because somebody wouldn't do something and they're just
irritating.
ignoring? And like, I'm sure you both have brothers so close to you. I'm sure
and I'm
there's
sure
something
I can't
happened
think
like
of
that.
a quiet instant, but I can think of
No
I
firearm.
know me and Rick definitely. Good
Yeah.
thing when we were growing up that we didn't have a loaded weapon just laying around everywhere.
Right, yeah. We're not talking firearms here. It could be a closed fist. You know,
a lot of that.
Altercation because you won't
You go,
listen
hey,
to
quit
me.
doing that.
That was every other day.
Yeah.
Hey, quit doing that. And
Right.
they keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to keep playing the guitar just so I
How
can
about
mess with
this?
you now.
All I know is smoke on the water, but I'm going to play it over and over.
Yeah. It doesn't say alcohol was involved here, but I'm sure that's somewhere
I
in
bet
the
if
story.
you look a little closer.
Mhm. Guys, speaking of looking close, I'm looking at this fireman
ain't
that's
happy.
walking. He's got his hand over one ear because he can't hear.
Yeah, 'cause
and
it's
he's
long.
talking on the phone to someone.
Yeah.
And he's walking around pacing.
He's saying, I'm so tired of this.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm sorry. I just saw that in the
Hey,
background.
I'm not trying to second guess people, but if you run this place, maybe have keys available.
Now, he had a handful.
He had
Yeah,
a
but the
handful.
guy on the phone said that they tried them all, and none of them worked.
Well, and luckily, I think he said that they do have what they need. I think they just got to get in the right place. It's now turning into me wanting to figure it out.
I know. I want a set of keys, and I want to start walking the property.
Yeah.
But I know that's a bip to them, so I'm
Right.
not even going to go there.
Yeah, not at all.
Let them
but-
do their job.
Yeah, they don't want some outsider getting in their
Yeah.
way.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot
Asking
of
We know a lot about
asking
that.
dumb questions.
I know.
yeah.
We can relate.
This is weird to me because I always also like to tell y'all what kind of day it is, and there's a lot of beer days. It's like drink a beer day, you know, all this
Well,
kind of stuff.
I mean-
Today's National American Beer Day.
And don't forget Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it's knock back a good domestic, they say.
A good domestic.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess it was they're talking about having, you know, the ordinary beer.
Yeah.
You know, something from
just-
here.
There you go.
You know, no
Nothing
weird,
fancy.
no weird something.
No
you know,
IPA.
nothing like
Just
that.
go with the king of beers.
Yeah, just knock. They say knock back in an American good old domestic beer.
I say PBR.
Is that where you go?
Well, I mean, when you think American beer
right.
from the old days.
Right, I know.
It's still around.
And I'm not saying you partake in this, but you're knowledgeable about this.
Not
Give
that
me your
knowledgeable.
top 3 Americans.
Oh, now this is in no particular order.
Right.
Of course, Budweiser,
Yeah.
Coors, and I think Coors and Miller actually merged.
Oh, did they?
I think they did.
But I mean, I think you're allowed to keep them separate.
Yeah.
So
I think it's only the big three, I believe, pretty much
so
on all
Bud,
the brands.
Miller, and Coors.
Yeah.
In what order? Now I'm gonna ask you to give me an order.
Where you at on
Well, it just
Michelob?
depends on who you are. Yeah, well, I forget who makes that.
Yeah.
It's one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So you don't have a favorite?
No.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. What's up? It is the kickoff hour, and we're live. We thank you so much for tuning in. The number 866 We Be Big. You know, there's so many ways. Wouldn't y'all agree now? If you want to watch or listen to this show, you've got you some choices. You really do.
I tell you what, you don't have is excuses not to.
No, I mean, it's there for you. And we love terrestrial radio. That's how everything started. A good old radio station. You know what I'm saying? A shout out to Eric West and those with the River 100.3 in Huntsville, Alabama. Just covering that entire area. It's kind of neat. Yesterday on the way to Huntsville Hospital, you know what I did? Listening to you two goodens.
I bet that was awesome.
And I'm like, so this is everybody's world up. You know, this is what they do. And you saw cars going everywhere. I mean, how about Huntsville's growing? I mean, it's a busy place. It's a busy busy little town. It's an early town. You know, you got some that standard. Others, the rush hour starts a little bit early. And yesterday, I turned over to the river, and you two, there y'all were.
Am I making it up
that
Huntsville is about, if they hadn't already surpassed Birmingham?
They haven't yet, but they're on
That's
path.
coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think we've taken that story and kind of made it our own and kind of exaggerated
I've heard
it a little
though.
bit.
I've heard that.
I've heard it's headed that way.
Okay.
How about that? But I was just saying that we are, you know, so many avenues for the show, and we hear from y'all. And different. It's funny because everybody's like, well, how? I mean, talk to me about, you know, where y'all are and all this kind of stuff. I was like, well, we're kind of everywhere because now with apps and YouTube and Blaze TV and all that and Pluto,
well,
it doesn't matter where you are.
And it's also changed the way we have to say things. And I messed up yesterday morning.
Oh, no. Did you cuss?
No one would know this unless you just been in the business or if you were listening, you would have went, eh. But I said good morning. And it's not good morning to everybody. Right. There's people that are listening at midnight or in the afternoon or whatever. So if you're going to say that as a host, you need to go good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever the case.
Sure they got no sense to figure that out.
I know. But the minute I said it, nobody else knows.
Yeah.
But the minute I said it, I'm like,
gosh,
what are you doing?
So yeah. But anyway, and I'll update.
But that's a good problem to have.
Yeah. I'll give an update on my dad, but man, the outpouring of love and prayers and support is just really been mind-boggling because the family is just like, my goodness gracious, we had so many people praying for him and not only that, but as I told the heart surgeon yesterday, Dr. Clay, who is unbelievable, I said you wouldn't believe how many people are praying for you and your staff, and he's like, well, those are being felt, and so he was like, thank you very much. But I'll update. He's doing well. Dad is.
That's great.
And we'll give.
Thanks for those updates yesterday.
I didn't want to be a bib.
You weren't a bib.
I thought about that.
I didn't want to be a bib.
Hey, Speedy. If we're all bathing this thing in prayer, we want to know enough. We want to have some up.
I don't mean that you don't like them. I just like, is this too much information? You know,
no,
because I know how we talk about people. I'm like,
you did put something weird in your text yesterday, and I didn't feel it. I'm not going to do it on air either. I'm going to do it in a commercial break.
Okay,
but I did feel like I was like, what in the world? But I'll ask you about it in the break. It was weird to me.
Oh, weird? Wow. You were being weird.
I sent you something weird.
I sent everybody something that kind of was like, what is that about?
Oh, really?
Oh, here it is. Make it like a high, make it like a honey ho. I didn't know what that meant.
It's no big deal. I
weird.
I meant to ask.
Like being called weird.
I nearly did ask you Marco Polo yesterday, but because I think I'm missing.
Was it to the team?
Because I think I'm missing something.
I know.
But anyway, I'll and it may just been that you just wait.
I might have.
You might have voiced.
I might have copied and pasted something I went sending to the family.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you in the break.
See,
how about that?
I did end it probably way too much information for y'all, but just wanted to
you didn't give
us.
You gave us the perfect amount of information.
Okay, weirdo.
There's just one thing that you worded
in the
with
last
one
thing?
of your texts that I was like, why? Why is that?
You mad at him?
No,
you talking about
nobody's
the balloon?
mad.
You talking about balloon pump?
No.
Well, now I want to know.
Well, I'll tell you in 6 minutes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
But
you know,
I
know the 7 to 7.
It's not a big deal.
The 7 to 7 nurses. You know this. But 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and so that's a long shift.
That's 12 hours, pal.
Yeah.
And so the nurses that have been assigned to him in the CVICU are just really very, very polite. And there's numbers you can call and, hey, just checking on John Wilburn. They come over to the phone, give you an update, how he did overnight. So the night nurse has been very, very helpful. And we have a new one starting at 7 a.m., but today's a big day for him. But anyway, thank y'all. He's doing well. And it turned into a 5-way bypass, which that's a big one. Did you say that's what happened to your dad?
Yeah, I think it was saying
They have similar stories, don't they?
They do.
Isn't that a crazy? They have a lot in common.
They really do.
Besides
really
my dad
weird.
not being a coach, other than that, and your
Married
dad
on the same day in the
not
same
writing
year.
a children's book, between,
Dad, that's true. Dad,
besides those two things.
And I'll be honest, Dad's probably not going to write one.
No. And my dad's probably not going to coach a team.
At this point.
No, not at this point. But yeah, I mean, to get married, and we figured it out down to like the same hour
Within a
of the
few
day.
hours of each other.
Yeah, they have the same
year.
anniversary, everything, and their health situation.
Very similar.
Very, very similar
And
when it comes to the heart.
Same age, basically. So,
Yeah.
wow.
And your dad was anemic at one time.
Sure he was.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all told a story about.
Then your dad went through a similar thing
Yes.
that started that led to this.
It's
Same
so
thing that
bizarre.
led to
It
that.
is so bizarre. So bizarre.
Got badass sons.
Craig.
You got that
Don't
part.
make
Hey,
us-
hey, got that in common.
You forgot that part.
I mean, let's write that down.
Right there. We're putting similarities down.
BA Sons, put that
That's
down.
it.
So speaking of
Can't leave
bizarre,
that out.
Yeah. Zipping up all the way today, huh?
yeah, I did bizarre.
been
Yeah,
in a
chew on
car
that.
I was cold, pumping gas.
I was,
neck
Bubba.
brace on.
Hey, got chilly out there.
I got thumbs and got to hold on to it.
Scared when the fire truck came by.
Scared me.
Welcome back. Speaking of bizarre, something in the last few days has happened to me, and it was very, very, very. I just like, really? What's that all about? Monday, I had a lunch in an area that I'm never in for lunch. Okay, I'm talking like
That area.
20 miles from here. Okay,
High crime.
and no,
Is that
not
what it
not
was?
that. It's I'm never
Bad
there.
part of town.
And while I'm meeting with this gentleman, I happen to look over, and I'm like, that looks like a guy I used to play tennis with all the time.
Oh.
And I thought, man, maybe not.
Bill Bubba
Maybe that's
Bussey.
not him.
That's Bubba.
And so, I mean, guys, I haven't seen this guy in at
Charles
least
Allen
5
Head.
years. It may be more like 7 or 8. Okay.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, I go to do my cardio tennis deal that I always do on this side of town.
Back in the good area.
He's in it. He's in it. The guy I hadn't seen is in it.
Well, did you recognize? Did you ever figure out who it was?
Yes, I said, I have to ask you, did I see you in this particular, like
and
I've
why
saw
are you
this guy
following me?
in 24, I hadn't seen him in 5 to 7 years, and now I've run into you twice. You didn't know the first
That's a
time.
sign.
Why are you
And so
stalking me?
I said, hey, out of curiosity, did I see you at this particular restaurant yesterday? And he was like, he looked at me like, kind of took a step back,
Right.
looked, turned his head, and I said,
He said, "What were you doing in that
he
part
goes,
of town?"
he goes, yeah. And I said, it's been like 5 or 7 years. Now we've run into each other twice in 24 hours. I got to tell you, that's weird.
That means y'all supposed to be buddies.
Yeah.
Real strange.
Yeah. Were y'all partners in the little workout?
No, we
Did
never.
you say join me?
No, no. I don't think so. We swap out a lot in there.
Did you
so
invite
I
him to a
don't
little
know.
bocce match?
We weren't playing bocce.
Did y'all
guys.
use the same racket?
Hadn't played bocce in a while. So y'all just completely ruined that story. That's fine.
Yeah.
No,
whatever.
no, I'm
and that's
just
what
saying-
y'all
no,
are here
well,
for.
I mean,
and
I'm
that's,
glad
that's
you had
good.
your little
That's
family
good.
reunion.
You were in a
Yeah.
bad part of town.
Do you want?
and
Can I
some guy
go?
was
Can I go
stalking
hang
you.
out with your dad the next few days?
Saw your best friend.
I mean,
Look, you found your long lost friend. That's
they're
a
my
good
friends.
story, man.
Yeah, made you cry. Went home and held
Back in
Coco.
tennis.
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to tell you what the text.
Well,
Not
I
being
was
weird.
sitting there looking at it, and now you're saying I'm sending something weird to
I
you.
know what. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, I didn't copy and paste what I sent to Terry. So why is it weird?
It just caught me off guard.
Caught you off guard?
Yeah, I was like, what's that?
Yeah, it was
Why
weird.
is that?
All
Why
right,
is
so you
that?
don't care
It
about my
was
dad.
weird.
All right, so I'm going to take Helmsy off the test.
Take him off. He's out of the circle.
Remove me.
He's removing the circle of trust.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the show brought to you by Ancestry.com/Bubba. You know, family, our heritage, and where we all came from, it's something that each of us carries with us each and every day. And a lot of you might have wanted to kind of look back and examine, and trace your family generations back with maybe a family tree or uncovering some ethnicity with Ancestry DNA, but you've just never done it. Well, let me tell you, it's pretty easy. You can get started at Ancestry.com/Bubba. Their test not only tells you where your ancestors are from, but Ancestry's billions of records and millions of family trees let you discover their personal stories as well. So join us and trace the past of your recent ancestors and learn how and why your family moved from place to place around the world. It might surprise you. We've gotten a lot of stories on what's been found at Ancestry.com/Bubba from you. No other DNA test delivers such a unique, interactive experience. It's easy, so start making those discoveries yourself. Get an Ancestry DNA kit today and start a free trial to amplify your discoveries with access to their billions of records. Just go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. Get your Ancestry DNA kit and start your free trial. Again, that's Ancestry.com/Bubba. That /Bubba is very important. Or you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right. So we're back. Everybody's back in the saddle. I almost broke my glasses. Back in the saddle again. You know those glasses that Terry bought me that have the cool magnet thing where you can hang them around your neck?
Yeah.
And
there you go.
Yeah, and I felt bad because she got them for here because she doesn't get to watch a ton, but she will put it on YouTube when she gets to the office every day.
Yeah.
And she said, you're struggling with your glasses. It's pretty comical. Why don't you just wear some that you hang around your neck, and then they're the kind that, can pop together and all that. But then we realized, well, you can't do that with headphones on. So I haven't been able to use them here. But I got to tell you, I've had probably one of the biggest questions walking around the hospital the last day or two is, hey, where'd you get those glasses? They were very, very, I mean, they come in handy.
Well, they're unique.
You don't have to clip them on your shirt or anything like that. I don't have anything invested in them.
You wish they were a little bigger.
Terry got them for me. And
squeeze your head a little bit.
Yeah. But anyway, so I thought that was pretty neat, so a little magnet.
Everybody loved it.
Yeah.
So a lot of medical people.
Yeah.
I can see why.
So we ordered from a website. It looked like a reputable website, some new chairs for the dining room table. Terry's like, we have these long benches, and they work fine, but she's turned one bench into a sitting area where you can put your shoes on.
Okay.
And then so she wanted, these folks that have like bench on one side with chairs on the other and all that.
I've seen that move.
Well, she's been wanting these chairs and
you got to go by the picture.
I mean, you do. And so, hey, this is what I want. No, I don't want that. I want black. No, let's go with brown. And then we got all kinds of different colors.
Then they see the color in person. Well, it don't look like it did in the picture.
Yeah. And so, you know how sometimes you'll get junk email or scammers or people calling you and you're not sure what's going on. I got an email day before yesterday from FedEx, and I'm like, okay, well, this is pretty standard. And I noticed in there that it had your dining room chairs on there. Okay. I'm like, okay, well, we're waiting on the chairs to be delivered. But then I looked a little bit further into it, and it was FedEx Customs. And so I'm like, well, this is weird. And they were like, we need to know exactly what these chairs are made of so they don't get held up in customs.
What?
And I'm thinking, well, isn't that the job of where I bought them from?
What's that got to do? They're shipping it.
So anyway, I'm like, well, I got some time here. I'm waiting on information about Dad, and you just sit there for hours waiting. And so I'm like, well, I'm gonna kill a little bit of time here. I'm gonna step outside and call them. So I called back, and sure enough, it was FedEx, and I'll go to the site, and they give me a tracking number. First, I went to FedEx and gave a tracking number to find out if it was legit. It wasn't somebody. Find out this lady, and sure enough, it's FedEx Customs. And they're like, well, it's going to get held up in port in customs if we don't know exactly what the chairs are made of.
How are you supposed to know?
And I'm like, well, let me go back to the website that I bought them from and make sure. And in the description, it said solid wood. And so I'm like, well, it's saying solid wood. It says solid
like
wood.
Most chairs.
That's all I knew. And they're like, well, is it this kind, whatever? Apparently,
birch.
They want to know what's in there. So I start looking a little bit further, and it says they're going to be delivered in a few days, but they're coming from Sweden.
Oh wow,
and
Swedish cherries.
and I'm like, this is not what was in the
Swedish wood.
when I bought these things, it did not say they were coming international. It just said they were
out there
for
one of them
sale.
boats I've been seeing on the news.
So then
Just
then I realized, my gosh, they've got the wrong address. And so I'm like, this is all messed up.
Wait a minute.
This is all messed up.
So once it clears customs, it's going to the wrong address.
So I'm like, I ask customs, I'm like, while I've got you, I've noticed here on the invoice that y'all sent me that is from the company, by the way, that I bought it from.
I've never heard of this. Have you? I've
never ever had this happen to me.
Shipping customs going.
I got to be honest with you, I'm scared to death.
Yeah,
about
that thing's weird.
I'm
somehow
absolutely-
they got your account number out of you.
Yeah, and so
Tricked you.
well, they didn't ask for any financial information or anything
That's how
like
they
that.
get
And I did go to FedEx.com, put in the tracking number, and it does say I
Yeah.
bought it, and here's where
Sweden.
it's coming from.
Swedish.
Because I was scared about it.
What if the legs are hollowed out and there's drugs in them?
That's it. Maybe that's it. So I asked customs.
Aha!
I asked customs people, hey, well, I'm trying to think
What's the
about this.
deal?
I'm trying to figure this out.
Did you say what's the deal?
And I said, hey, I was noticing that it says 816 on the address. I'm 826, and it has another couple of other wrong things. I need to correct that. Well, we can't do that. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Well, that comes from distribution and blah, 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 blah. They all got different departments. Hang on, I'll transfer you.
Oh,
Okay.
the worst
I'm
words
like,
you ever want to hear.
And I said this. No, you've been very kind. Can you not handle it? I can't. I'm so sorry. I can't handle it.
Don't you know he was driving them crazy?
Well, think about it. I mean,
you know how he is.
hey, Greg, these weren't cheap chairs, buddy.
I got you.
Okay, I kind of want the chairs,
Well,
but
at least
really
the-
deep
the
down
address
inside,
was
I want
close.
Terry to have the chairs.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
You want it marked off your list.
So
You'd sit on an old pine box.
I'm gonna put you on hold. And let me tell
I
you
can't
something.
stand
Somebody they
doing that.
put the piano music on hold. Somebody was tearing
Your
up
call
that
is
piano.
important to us.
It's every now and then. It's your call's important, but do you know you can do everything at FedEx.com? You don't need to, and I'm like, no, I'm not hanging up. You're not getting me there. But hang on, and somebody's gonna be right with you. And I hung on, which I think must have been 20 minutes.
Do y'all like it when they give you an option for them to call you
Yes,
back?
I take it every time.
Yeah,
I do
and
too.
I have done that with the cable
And it works
company.
pretty good.
It
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
It does. I'll give them credit.
So finally, this guy
I think that's
answered.
what they want you to do.
I like it.
Yeah, and I don't know. It was international shipping, and so
Mr. Women. Was it one of
trying to
those?
understand him. And
My name is Tony. No, it's not.
I could not press the phone any harder into my ear. I was hurting my ear. I was pressing it so hard trying to understand him. And I said, it's simple. There's a few things that need to be corrected. Can that happen? I was, and I didn't want to give him too much information. I have started at customs, which I shouldn't be doing this, by the way. The company that I bought it from should be doing this.
I've never heard of that.
This is strange. I started it with customs. I got that fixed. And now they've sent me to you. Please help me on this.
Yeah. Don't send me to somebody
No.
else.
And then he tells me, okay, hold on just for a second.
Oh.
No. Don't hold on. Because I think, if I'm working the phones and somebody's a handle, do you just hang up on them and then they'll never
Act
find
like
you
it,
again?
Well, yeah, because you got to jump through some hoops to get to that.
But
guy.
I'm being polite. He
You
finally comes back, and after working through tirelessly the address correction, he finally says, okay, it's been corrected. It should
Did you go,
arrive
while I
November
got
the
you,
3rd.
What's up with this customs deal?
And I asked him that. I'm like, is this normal? He says, well, normally, he goes, in the printing of the label, there must have been some type of error
was a
when it was
flag.
manually put in or something. But I think it's fixed. I hope that the
So
chairs are
basically-
supposed to be here next Tuesday, and I hope they arrive. But now
Include-
I'm scared to even open the box.
Including the address. Whoever typed all the info and screwed the whole thing.
They
That's
screwed it all
basically
up.
what led to all of
Yeah,
it.
and I almost want to call the company I bought it from going, what are y'all doing? Why
Yeah,
are they
'cause
calling me?
And believe me, my wife has ordered a lot of things, and I've never had to call customs on any of it.
That's strange. Have you?
Never dealt with customs in my life.
To get a chair. I need my chair.
Get
It's made
anything.
out of balsa wood.
Yeah, and you can't buy just one. You got to buy them in pairs. So we need 3, so we had to buy 4.
And then you get to put them together.
Yeah, that'll be good. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy,
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. Glad you're here. A brand new hour has begun. A brand new show is underway, and we're thankful that you are here.
Day without him, brother.
We start this hour with the national anthem. Past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. An hour has begun. You know the number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will of Me could spin today. Speedy's back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they've all given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba Radio Network and all the Rick and Bubba platforms. Bubba and I will now join them as we go forward. And we look forward to chatting with you. Will of Meat, as I said, has not spun yet. So it could happen on the program today. Wednesday Bible study will be back live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. 1 Corinthians, we continue to walk through that. Across the way there he sits, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup of Shakespeare's words, nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
You forgot about this one, didn't you? Looking for another $1 million. Mother's Finest, Piece of the Rock. Great band
that always
name.
made me think of flour.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you something. A great band name. Yeah, Mother's Finest. That's a good. That's good. That logo. Right, remember the logo? Yes.
Yeah.
Superman look. Of course.
Yep.
2 big letters.
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, and they were very talented. Yeah. You know, it was one of those things I got in. I don't know why I was. Driving back, and I was thinking, man, I need to hear something I hadn't heard in a while. And I started thinking, I said, you know, there it is, Mother's Finest. And I was like, and I thought to myself, this band just kind of Where are they? What happened? You know, it's one of those things you go, well, you know, so-and-so, I used to be in Mother's Finest. You don't really hear any connection to that man at all. You don't hear, some other band start, he's just a couple guys from Mother's Finest.
Right.
I mean, you just never hear it.
It's kind of them and just their own little island.
And they were so good, too.
Yeah, slapping the bass.
Oh, Baby Love. There is no other.
Who come?
Oh, man.
Maybe we should have some Mother's Finest bed music.
Yeah,
today.
well, hey, done. You have to pardon us. We're a little thrown off to start the show. The fire alarms are going off here at the broadcast plaza and teleport.
For about an hour now.
Let me tell you, these fire alarms are effective.
2 hours.
Because there's no way you wouldn't know. And outside it's a piercing tone that makes your brain bleed.
Yeah.
And then inside it's a and by the grace of God,
you can hear it in the background.
By the grace of God, it's not actually. There's not one actually in the studio. But really, honestly, if there was, we couldn't do the show.
Yeah,
I mean, we wouldn't be on there right now.
Rick, I've already got a splitting headache from dealing with it earlier.
Yeah,
and it's just I feel like I'm jumping every time it goes. Now it's almost like I can hear it saying things.
Yeah, at one time I thought in the right outside our office, I thought I heard Satan moves in our voices.
Backmasking going on.
So I walked out. Let me tell you what you don't want to see.
You know what? I hear it saying, "Here, boy, here, boy, here, boy."
Here, boy. So when I walked outside, I said, I got to go investigate this. Because when things like this happen, we will go out and really what we do to say we mean business. Tell you one thing: if y'all keep this up, I'm sending this video here. And so I saw the fire truck parked in front of one of the restaurants, and I thought, okay, well maybe the restaurant's on fire. So I went over there. It didn't look like there was a lot of activity, and then I saw what I did not want to see. Love these guys, appreciate them, but it means that they've run into an obstacle that they have to wait. 3 firemen sitting on the picnic table. And I thought, well, that's not good. That means they've done all they can do.
They're going, we know where the problem is. We can't get to it.
They're still there, and they're watching SportsCenter.
Okay, you know what?
Right there on the TV, right on the turf.
The quote for me was, they're waiting on some guy named Lee.
Well, you've met
illegal.
Lee, and Lee's listening now because he's driving in 40 minutes from his house. That he was here till 1 a.m. Left, and now he's coming back. And Lee is he
Lee,
says
do you
it
mind
has
sleeping in our conference room for a little while after you think you got it done this time?
Hey, Lee, go ahead and spend the night next time.
He said it's has to do with a sprinkler, and they were trying to work with the sprinkler system, and they've got a sprinkler tech dispatched, and Vestavia Hills Fire Department still on site, as we just talked about.
Yeah, they're watching SportsCenter.
And it was funny because Helms and I had gone out and encountered the Vestavia Hills Fire Department, and we're trying to give them what we knew, and they just little sleepy faces because they hadn't slept at all. Yeah, we got that. A handful of keys, and we're trying to figure it out. I said something about reset. You kind of reset everything, but
the guys I just talked to, they said they did a reset and it worked for about 30 seconds.
Yeah. I think the sprinkler tech's going to have to fix that part.
The original sprinklers, Bubba heard when he first got here, it was isolated, and then the water from it has now kicked off all the others, and now we got it everywhere.
Well, I did tell Lee one thing: the alarm's doing its job. It senses a problem, and it says, I'm not going to shut up till you fix it.
Well, you think we can bypass that puppy for a little while?
Really, what I'm looking for is
that's what the reset was supposed to do.
Well, I'm just looking for a better off switch.
Yeah,
the off switch apparently is not where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate it doing its job.
Yeah.
But when everybody goes, hey, it's not a fire, there's got to be a way to cut it off.
Yeah. Lee, please. Help
No
us
smoke.
out, Lee.
Right.
Help us out, Lee.
Lee, please. In the office a minute ago, I literally heard Satan moves in our voices.
Hey, boy. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. And I'm like, what?
At one point, I thought it may be the aliens since we're seeing them everywhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I got a story today.
Talk about
Well, there's several stories we're going to cover today, Rick.
Sure we are.
One that was a holdover from yesterday about the lost hiker that wouldn't answer his phone.
Right.
That was
That's
pretty funny.
That was.
How about the Bravos? Off to a big start in the World Series. Tony Romo is under fire for comments about Tom Brady's wife. And Rick, really, one of the more interesting stories we've had in a while, we have 2 FedEx pilots who are former military, 20 years service, who encountered a UFO and videoed it with their phone, and they have the radar track that shows nothing there.
Yep, we got that for you today. And,
How about that?
And will Auburn University lose their head coach over vaccine mandates?
Yeah, you were sharing that with me earlier.
Yeah.
And there's some other coaches going to be. It's kind of like the Washington State coach. Same deal.
Yeah. No. So, no mandates. And I know states are trying to do what they can to stop them, and some people say it's not enough. That ain't going to work. So we'll see. And really, at the end of it all, if everybody doesn't catch up, everybody's going to live in Florida. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. The gang's all here. Speedy is back. We kind of kept everybody updated on your dad yesterday, and if you follow Speedy on social media, he kept you updated as well. It's just all recovery now, anybody.
It is.
Yeah, so that's good news.
The road back.
And it's a tough road.
It is a very tough road.
Open heart surgery, not a minor operation.
No, we're just glad he's doing good. It'll be a long road of recovery, but
what was that?
Yeah, I'm just bebopping with the sound of the buzzer.
Oh, okay.
By the way, the fire alarm thing going off here, it's one of the few moments that I'm thankful of my hearing loss. Because it sounds like the outside is in a frequency that I can't hear. I could hear it when I was out there right next to it.
Yeah.
But I can't hear it inside the studio. So is it odd for it? It's almost like
so long. I've just kind of stopped hearing it.
Yeah. By the way, I got a hearing test scheduled for November.
Okay. That's not going to go well.
No, it's going to be bad.
Rick, if I was a dog right now, I'd be biting somebody. Yeah, I'd have to have some relief.
Well, you see why this kind of torture works.
Yeah.
I mean, because just hearing the sound go over and over, and it be like just throbbing. Just got a text from some of our friends that have office space around here. They're saying, "Hey, we're fired up about work today."
Yeah.
How you think Big G's going to take it? Huh?
Hopefully, it can be resolved.
I know it's against the law to bust one of these buzzers.
But I'm glad you told me that a minute ago, because I had that bad out of your office, and I was about to take care of it.
But if I take 3 of them out, how long will I get?
Yeah.
Right. Anybody know?
It's not going on inside every business, so he may not walk into what we're inside right now, because I just went into the restaurant here to get a cup of coffee, and it's not going on in there. You don't even know there's a.
Oh, really?
If you see the fire truck outside, you go, "Oh, I wonder
What
what's
about
going
how
on."
loud the pulsing is though in the common area? Can they hear that where they are?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think
I
so
hope
at
not.
all.
I think the problem with one of the sprinklers was right behind us here, and because I saw them going in, and they seem to be in this area. So to Helmsley's point, maybe on the other side.
Well, Gorosky has an overall pleasant countenance anyway.
Right.
So I'm sure it won't be
Always
a big
looking
deal.
for the better part of any situation.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, that we've got that. Speedy's dad is in recovery now, so we've updated you on that, and then
Speedy, keep us posted on him.
Adler is saying that he's feeling a little rough today, but he thinks he's now we have to isolate him into his thing. But at first, when he said that, I thought he's using that as an excuse to leave because of the alarm.
I may have a fever here in a minute.
Yeah. So anyway, but he's doing okay, and he thinks it may be tied to
that's good.
Yeah, a little insensitivity of some antibiotics or something, because they can help you. They're not good for your stomach sometimes. So
No, they're not.
Yeah, so
Hopefully, he took that with food.
Yeah, he'll be stuck inside his cube in there.
Right.
So that's it, and then we have these updates that we're going to get into today. Now we probably want to wait on the FedEx story and do a whole segment on it. So we probably want to push that to maybe next segment.
Okay, we can fire it up.
Because I don't think we have time for it right now. But and I know the World Series, as y'all said, has started. The Braves. The Braves get the first win, correct?
That's right.
Got off to a good start.
6-2.
Yeah, 6-2. So there you go.
Bravo.
And
Bravo.
So that's underway, and that was actually in Houston, right?
Yeah, it was. Game 2 is tonight.
Good. By the way, did y'all see? And I know some of this is jokes and stuff. Did you see the with the Braves? People were. It couldn't have been the real thing. There's.
What's that sound?
That's something new.
That's a new sound.
Probably them trying to
It
fix
sounds
it.
like we're next to an airport and jets are warming
That's
up.
a sound I've
Have
never.
you seen that commercial where they got a good deal on the house? and it's right by the
Goes
airport.
right over the top. It almost hits the chimney.
That is a good one. But
And TSAs, when they come out the front door, they're screening them just to get to their car.
well, this whole ordeal we've been talking about how they tried to they did. They took the All-Star game away from the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
But now the Braves are in the World Series.
Yeah.
So Major League Baseball is going to have World Series, at least one game.
Yeah.
At
Now
least
more than
3.
One, more than one.
Yeah.
3 games in Atlanta, and everybody's having a blast with that. And I saw it couldn't have been the real Braves, because you never know on Twitter. It couldn't be. There's no way. Where it said the Braves have got 2 seats for Stacey Abrams.
Right.
You see
Up
that?
in Rome,
but it's
Georgia.
in Rome, and she has to watch it on the big screen with her minor league affiliate.
That's so good.
Now, there's no way that's real. I mean, it had a little little Braves logo on it and everything.
It looked real.
It looked just like their Twitter account.
It really did.
It really did.
It was pretty
And I went through their Twitter account to see if I could find it because it looked so real.
Yeah, it did.
Of course, I couldn't.
By the way, I know they won't do that, but that's funny.
It is.
Yeah.
So, so the starting pitcher for the Braves, Charlie Morton, last night took a line drive to the ankle or calf area. And if you were like a lot of people and went to bed because you have to get up early, you might not know that. But the X-ray showed it actually is broken. So his I think what's it called? What's that bone? Anyway, it's fractured.
Femur.
Femur. I guess so.
Where did it hit him in the leg?
It hit him like,
tibia.
Fibia.
That's
fibula?
it. Yeah,
Fibula's
fractured
the big
fibia.
one.
Fibia.
It's fibia.
Femur's the big one.
Yeah.
Yep. And so
Femur.
X-rays showed the liner off his leg in the second inning resulted in a broken fibia. So he's done
How's
for
his
the World
lemur?
Series.
Is that okay?
You know what's funny?
He's done. That's going to hurt him too.
When it happened, he waved everybody off. Said, "Man, I'm
Yeah.
good." Finished
Yeah.
the inning, then comes back out there,
Mm-hmm.
Suck it up.
So they got the win, but they lost a starting pitcher. So.
that would be an impact if you get to game 5 or 6.
That's right.
So
But speaking of Atlanta and the World Series, I know you were pricing tickets for you and Braden.
He's
Helms.
going.
Is he?
No.
Oh, okay. Terry's like, hey, you want
I've
to know?
got one more last shot, and I'll tell y'all on the break
Glorious last
who
shot.
it is, and y'all will laugh me out of the room. So
Okay.
but it is.
good.
There's still a slight chance.
Dan's got some?
There you go.
Well, there you go. Terry said, hey, I priced World Series
slick.
tickets. And, she gets it honest, but being my wife, she said, hey, the cheapest ticket is $985 standing room only. You're going to stand
Well, they're
there.
down a little.
Yeah,
And
they
then
are down a little.
And a buddy of mine was proud because he got 2 for $1,300. And that's a good deal.
That's good news.
So
Each or total?
each.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
I looked, Speedy, where Braden and I sat in September, I guess it was late August, 1st of September, for just the regular season game. That section, $7,000.
Good night.
A ticket. A ticket.
Can I tell you why the prices on the standing only have gone down? Because people finally realize, oh my gosh, I'll just be standing. With people all over me. I paid for this? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Keith. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, TheraBreath, teaming up with Rick and Bubba. I'm finishing my second cup of BuzzBox coffee, and then I'll be popping in a TheraBreath lozenge because now I have coffee breath. If only there were something called TheraBreath earplugs today. But anyway, TheraBreath, they've got everything that you need to attack bad breath and actually deal with what is causing the bad breath, not just trying to cover it with something that makes you feel better for a few minutes. And they've got all kinds of products. We're learning more and more, and Greg was just talking about this a minute ago, that oral health is crucial. So these are items that really, and you're all over that.
Dead on it.
You were ahead of others on that, Greg. You done your research. But anyway, so TheraBreath.com, you can go there and find all the different products. Sometimes when you're going to these over 100 retailers, which is good, but sometimes the shelf space sometimes does not provide for every product to be there. So TheraBreath.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, so you can always be confident that your breath is fresh and your gums are healthy and you don't have dry mouth. They got all of it. All right, so Bubba, here we go. This big.
All right, Rick, we had a UFO incident that occurred in March of 2020 that has just now been made public. 2 FedEx pilots flying a cargo airplane north of Mexico City saw a bright light drop down from the sky. The UFO stopped at their altitude, then shot them with a beam of light, then moved in tandem with the plane for over 30 minutes before disappearing. The UFO did not show up on the plane's radar, and they have video of this.
Here, we got it right here.
The captain shot the encounter, which was analyzed in a report by now listen to this group, National Aviation Reporting Center on Anomalous Phenomenon, or better known as NARCAP.
It's pulsating. Oh, this is awesome. And he's not on TCAS, man.
They couldn't see his beacon.
Huh. Well, I can tell Rita now. That's interesting. That is, dude. That is hot. Platillos. He's a pulsating orb. Look at that, dude. Look at that.
Look at it going crazy.
That's just a lie.
Turn on the tail light. Oh, it is on. Okay, cool. Never mind.
They don't seem afraid, though. I'd be like...
Well...
Oh, man, look at that thing, dude.
These are
flip the TCAS switch up and see if you see anything on the display, on the ND. Anything? Any TCAS returns? No. Okay, flip the switch down. He's definitely above our altitude. This guy is not reporting TCAS. That is a unidentified flying object, bro. I can finally say I saw one now. That is cool.
There it is.
So, Rick, and this is a 767. This is a large plane. And you have 20-year veterans. Air Force. The pilot was an Air Force veteran. So I think he's excited to see a UFO because he's always heard of people seeing it. He's probably never seen one. So he's kind of pumped.
Well, isn't that like me being, I'm exciting that Bigfoot just came in my house? I don't want to see that. Oh, good, dude. I finally got to see one. I don't want to see one. Do y'all want to see one?
Some aviation experts that reviewed this said they thought the light was the planet Venus, and the pulsating effect that you're seeing a deceptive effect of the camera's autofocus adjusting its lens back and forth in the dark. However, the pilots reported that they saw the pulsating plasma-like appearance with their own eyes as well as what you see on the camera. Now, the NARCAP executive director, Ted Rowe, told DailyMail.com that the pilot's account is very consistent with what other pilots have been reporting for over 100 years in strange contacts. Rick, on the video, too, and I don't know if we saw it on the clip we were showing or not, they actually show a clip of their radar on the plane, and you don't see anything on it. It would be another ship or anything, another plane.
I heard them talking about it. You see anything?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
They were looking
He's definitely above our altitude, dude.
They were looking for a signature off of the radar that the plane is generating, and they also were looking for a signature from a transponder. Yeah. So you see some weather that is off to the left of the plane, but no objects.
You know what that makes me do?
Right. I don't want to spoil this, but I see Greg giving that look over here.
Really, Greg? Greg?
I go back to like when we go to Mars and we look at this on the camera. I mean, I want to see a ship. I mean, that could be a reflection of anything.
Okay.
The captain of the Boeing 767 cargo plane is a career pilot with 19 years flying experience of wide-body aircraft for a major cargo company, and an additional 10 years flying KC-135 refueling tankers for the U.S. Air Force, according to the reports, while the other officer was a career fighter pilot that flew F-15s before coming to the private sector. So you got two Air Force veterans with many, many years' experience in military and civilian aircraft. One of them, the pilot. They're described as competent airmen, highly experienced with observing and identifying aircraft, and are capable of determining normal observation and incidents from unusual ones, according to the story.
So, Greg, you're the guy. They come back, man. You can hear them. They're stoked. I mean, they're so fired up, and you're like,
well, you know what I mean.
They said
when I heard this story, I thought, what if it's a spaceship?
Here is how all of this.
I want one to like really be waving at me.
This is how see something that looks metallic.
I still think that they've come to the conclusion they can't take us.
This is how it unfolded. No. He said that the incident began when the first officer, looking across the left side of the cockpit, saw a yellowish white light descend into the view from above. He first believed it was a meteor and began to say so when it suddenly stopped near the same altitude as the aircraft. The UFO light then projected an illuminating beam of bright white light on the aircraft and appeared to be taking a collision heading. At that moment, the captain saw the beam of light projected on the aircraft and thought, if this is an airplane, it's got its landing lights on, and they're about to collide with us. So he took a defensive altitude position and prepared for evasive control maneuvers. But instead of heading into a crash, the UFO then started to move in tandem with the plane between 1,000 and 2,000 feet away. As they prepared to avoid the apparent approaching light, the beam of light illuminated their aircraft. It ceased and then suddenly accelerated to the same speed and heading of the aircraft. It maintained separation and paced the aircraft, according to the report.
You know what that gets?
Mm-hmm.
Once again, though, they are the biggest procrastinators in the history of the world.
They are.
Or, Rick, in this case, the universe.
The universe. Yes. How'd you like my new theory? They've come to the conclusion they can't take us. Just because you can travel a lot don't mean you can whip anybody.
That's true.
Huh? I mean, you
might get there quick, but
you might have the travel figured out, but apparently you don't have the military thing figured out.
As they said in the video, you do see the radar screen with a patch of weather off to the left. That's about 40 miles off the left wing. Mm-hmm. The captain filmed the radar screen showing no sign of another plane or UFO, just patches of clouds to the west.
Right. There you go.
So that's kind of weird. What do you think? What do you think that was? There was something going on there.
Well, I'm really going to step out. I'm going to say, I guess it's an unidentified flying object or something. I don't know what that means.
Well, I know it's unidentified, but what do you think it really was?
I think it's Venus.
You think it's Venus?
Yeah, I think they just got excited about nothing.
It just moved down and shined a bright light on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they thought that. I mean, it was an optical illusion. That's what I think it was. But you remember that time that we were talking about, about being young and dumb, and the woman called up and she got all offended. Well, I'll tell you what, my son's an Eagle Scout. I said, this just means he's good at scouts.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that he's got any kind of wisdom.
He says is right.
Yeah, so like I said, some of these things just may be really good at traveling the universe. They just must not be very good at doing anything else because they don't do anything else.
Maybe so.
Right. Like I said, you heard me do the example of going into Canaan. 10 of them came back at the 12 said, we can't take them. But they got in there and they looked around.
Yeah.
So
you just can't take it.
Right.
Well, I was so hoping one of the pilots was one of the guys we know that fly for FedEx.
I know it.
Gosh, that would have been great.
I here's what I want you to do, and that's a big company, okay? But at least try it. reach out to who you know. Ask if he knows these guys.
I already have.
And if he does, say, what do you think? Because let's face it, we know people, and some that come out with this would say, I'm telling you, that's straight up. But others would say, look, he's an idiot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so we make our way back. Will of Mead is in play. That hasn't happened yet. You may see that happen definitely by week's end, but could happen today. Go back to its traditional day. You never know. Well, the president has been out there, and Bubba, we always know we got great video and audio if the current president of the United States, President Biden, decides to speak to anyone.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know Basement Joe?
You know what we're discovering? If you're president, no matter what state you're in, you have to do something. So there's no way just to, like the way the election went, where they just kept him hidden the whole time.
Well, he's doing all he can do, but some of this is just, got to be done. And, Virginia's now in play, the governorship.
Leave Virginia alone.
They're afraid this could create a domino effect for the midterms, and so it's all hands on right now. Do you remember when Dan Quayle misspelled potato, and that was really a big deal?
Political career over.
But that was like just one thing, and and then we've had some other funnies. We've played Bush, some of his things he said. Trump had a few, and but I've just never seen the volume of these things that's turned out now. I mean, it's every day 2 or 3.
Well, it's because we have a person, and I mean this sympathetically, okay, because we've all got it.
It's beyond politics.
We've got it in our family. You either been through it, we're going through it, or I hope it doesn't, but it could be coming. But we're watching a man who he's lost control of his mental faculties and dementia, Alzheimer's. You can see this is what's going on. The telltale signs are there. We'll start with one that really it may have something to do with that. But right now we have a federal government that's saying that COVID-19 is still so dangerous that they are going to federally mandate that people get a vaccine against their own will, right?
Yeah, that appears how this is going.
Hey, we all have a responsibility. We got woke pastors saying you're not much of a Christian if you won't get the vaccine, trying to tie it to Jesus somehow, which is a major stretch. So anyway, right, these are the ones telling us, hey, especially you folks down there, you're reckless with it. Well, here's video of our president coughing into his hand and then start shaking hands with people. So here it is. So watch him right here. There's the cough
into the hand.
And
hand goes out.
Here comes the hand. He's ready to shake hands with everybody after coughing, and then he's going to walk over and begin gripping and grinning.
Who was he trying to shake hands with? There wasn't anybody there.
No, he reached out, Greg, but now he's actually going to pull off the shaking.
Well, he's about 50 feet
ahead
of it.
Now, he shook hands, you're right, Greg, to begin with a person that none of us saw.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Right. Did you
had
see
to get
that?
off the stage, take a right, and then he finally came into a crowd of people.
Yeah, one more time. Show that again, Adler. Who is he shaking hands with to start? It's almost like he's looking for some sort of direction. And there's the cough, and there's the hand.
He didn't know where to go, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe
I think he's wanting to know where to go.
Is he saying, what's up?
Yeah, where to go. I'm wondering where to go.
But from that angle, it looks like he's trying to shake hands.
Now, I want you to picture today if Governor DeSantis had coughed in his hand and reached out.
Or Trump.
Yeah. But I was just thinking right now because DeSantis is fighting all this mandate, whatever. Imagine what they'd be. See how dangerous they are? See how reckless with all this freedom and liberty?
Yep.
This man even freely coughed in his hand and reached his hand out and people took it. And the government should have cut his hand off. But, of course, Biden, not the best example as leader of the free world if you're trying to convince us that this is all the end of time. The next one, this one, Speedy, you should have just said, can I step out of the room and go work on the alarm? This is going to bother you because this is the president, okay? He starts talking to kids in a classroom. And what he says is weird, but watch the fact that a lot of the kids are wondering who this man is that wandered into the room. They're not even looking at him because he doesn't really command, hey, the president's here. It looks like an old man lost in their hall that wandered into the classroom. Here it is. All right.
Hey, guys, thanks for letting me come in your classroom. Appreciate it. Mr. President.
Look at the kids not paying
talk
attention.
to me about the presidency.
But,
when you're president, see all these
mean?
people here? They're with you all the time. They get to ask you all kinds of questions, and you try to figure out how you can avoid answering them sometimes.
That's a fact.
Oh no.
Anyway.
Laugh ended. Guys,
Did you see the
all right,
little
look,
guy on the right?
there's so many
You weren't even
things in
looking
this.
up?
How awkward was
All right,
that?
there's so many things in this. I'm thinking of a handler out in the hall couldn't get into class, and then words getting back to the handler. He said, "What?"
Yeah. He's telling the
that,
kids to
and
avoid
I got to tell you, the first time I heard this, I thought it was a joke, and Frank Caliendo was really doing his voice,
Right.
Because you can't. He's got a mask on, you can't
Sure.
see his mouth moving
Unless he coughs into his hand.
Right? Because I'm like, surely he didn't just say that.
Yeah. And,
He's a soundbite king.
He is. Well, like Bubba said, and the kids are just like, it's like they're like, who's this man that wandered into our
About the presidency.
Look, he ain't even looking up.
President. See all these people here?
Now he looks up. Now he
Take a
goes
seat,
back.
All the time.
Now he's going back.
They get to ask you all kinds of questions.
He's like,
try to figure out how you're going to.
teacher, who's this old man in here?
Is he the new janitor?
Anyway.
Mr. Jackie back.
All right, Bubba, that's funny. You know that, as you said, Virginia's in play.
Yep.
And of course that governor there, he's a dandy, the sitting governor. So Biden is trying to help Terry McAuliffe, and it's 15 seconds of rumble, stumble, and
Thank you for showing up,
we would
Mr.
definitely bring out the instant replay to see if he got it in. All right, here he is.
In fact, we're taking a page from Terry's book when he was governor and when he'd be governor next time. We're emerging from this pandemic. We want to expand pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, millions of pre-K students.
What the heck was that?
Adler, you know I got to have you know I got to have that again. All right.
In fact, we're taking a page from Terry's book when he was governor and when he'd be governor next time. We're emerging from this pandemic. We want to expand pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, millions of pre-K students.
Yeah.
In fact, we're taking a page from Terry's book when he was governor and when he'd be governor next time.
Whatever that is.
We're emerging from this pandemic. We want to expand pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds, millions of pre-K students.
He gave up on that last one.
Yeah.
Millions of but I'll let trail it off.
Does it remind you a little bit
again?
of Tim Conway when he played that old man?
Yes, I have hairy legs.
Mr.
Adler, can you give us just a scene of that so we can compare? Tim Conway, Mr. Swiggins.
Yes,
Mr. The Wiggins.
Mr.
Yeah, now you talking about the
No,
old,
you're talking about that's different. You're talking about the old man.
You're talking about the old man that shuffled.
Yeah, well, he's got 2 or 3 of the characters pretty close together.
Right.
Mrs. Swiggins
You're
was
talking
his
about
secretary.
Dorf.
You know what's bad for Biden is that he's already having a tough time speaking. You add cold weather and a cold mouth to it, it's not working right.
He sounds like he has cold mouth at all times.
Well, keep in
But
mind,
you're right. It's like his face is
I think
frozen.
this may be cold brain. I think this is brain freeze.
I think you're right,
And don't forget, when you're his age, it's like 10 times colder than him.
Oh, yes. It's like he's trapped inside. He's trying to say stuff, and he just can't make it happen.
Greg, like I've been there.
I know. I know.
Of course, I was under the influence of something.
Yeah.
All right. But I mean, it's some ice cream. There it is. There's Live the Free World out there getting after it. Look.
Wow.
Rick, can you hear it?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go with it. Sing it, Rick and Bubba family. Say, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Speedy is back. The real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. Speedy's dad is recovering after a successful open heart surgery. Thank you for your prayers. Continue to pray for him to recover completely and to get through this sooner than later and get back to normal. And really going to feel better on the other end of it.
Yes.
If he can get the recovery's going to be hard, but he's going to feel better afterwards. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be
Let's
here.
go. Let's go.
Boy, we've got some. This is a terrifying story, but
Whoa.
Rick, it does fall under. Hey, the guy's an idiot. Okay, let's give him that.
Let's all sing it together. Look around the wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Ooh, baby, it's making me crazy. Every time.
I look around
That wacky world. Everybody say, feel good.
Rick, we have a Brazilian man who ignored warning signs and entered the alligator-infested waters of a lake right before he was attacked by a predatory reptile.
Wait a minute. So there were signs that said, "Don't swim here. Alligators galore."
Now, Rick, you're going to see footage. The guy is swimming, and look at the speed the alligator closes on him. Have you seen this? Look, he's swimming. He's coming across there. Look at the alligator.
Baby.
Look.
Here it comes. Wow.
I don't know what he's saying in Spanish. It's probably not good.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. It's whatever the word for stupid is. Look,
it got a good bite in on him, then it broke off the attack.
Right.
But did you see the closing speed on that
Is he
thing?
laughing about this?
Yeah.
Boy, it closed on him. Yeah, man, I don't know what he's saying. I'm sorry if it's something bad.
Yeah.
I apologize.
We apologize to our Spanish-speaking brothers and sisters.
Well, I think,
we have no idea
in
what he's
Brazil it
saying.
may be Portuguese.
Well, that's true.
If he did that with warning signs, he deserved to be bit.
No, he did, Greg. Look at the closing speed. See that tail?
Gator bait.
Oh, wow. Did you see him using that tail he's
did you see that mouth open up?
Yes.
He went in.
Hey, he better be glad it wasn't a big one.
Oh, I know. That is a little one. That's a great point because that's. Watch it real speed. Watch how fast it closed on it right here.
That. Oh my goodness! I mean, it looked like a boat.
He looked like he was skiing almost.
Like
he got in there.
Boat.
Wow.
If it was one of them show enough big ones.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This guy would have been drug under. He just couldn't get him all in his mouth.
Right,
that's it. If he'd got if he'd had a bigger jaw, he would have clamped him and started the roll.
And also be thankful he's not, look like you and me because the gator might have got a taste of bacon and said I'm in.
Yeah, that guy there, he's a little skinny. It wouldn't be a lot to him.
I'd like to announce too that Sherry and I had bacon last night for no reason. It was just like I look at there. It was dinner time. Sherry said, "Man, you want some bacon?" I said, "Honey, just in the future, don't waste breath on asking me if I want bacon. Just start frying it."
Oh yeah.
It's a.
It goes with anything, Rick.
Wow.
Rick, speaking of Brazilians.
Oh, my goodness.
Tom Brady's wife is in the news.
What a transition.
We did the story yesterday. Tom Brady threw his 600th touchdown pass.
That's tough to say.
Wide receiver, Mike Evans, unknowingly gave the ball to a fan in the stands. Now, everybody and their brother wants this football.
Yep.
Tom Brady, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the NFL. I mean, we had one report that if it was up for auction, it could get up to $500,000, okay? Mm-hmm. So as a Tampa Bay staffer went to retrieve the ball and begin to negotiate with the fan, Tony Romo, on the broadcast, pretended to narrate the exchange between the fan and the personnel from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He said, a date with Giselle. I'm in, Romo said, acting as the fan. Okay, Tom will do it. One time, you got it, Romo continued, pretending to be the Bucs official. Fans took issue with the comment and roasted Romo on social media.
My goodness.
Is that her name? Are we saying it right?
It's close enough.
Yeah, Giselle. It's Giselle. If you were saying
what
that,
did I
you're right.
say?
Yeah,
I think you said it right.
No,
I wasn't listening.
This is
but
an area you're
probably
usually pretty good in.
So
I knew you probably got this one right because this is more when you're.
You don't miss me.
Right.
Suddenly he can enunciate like no other.
I'm really not up on my Brazilian supermodels.
I was watching Bubba's face change. Oh no, they're pulling me into a trap.
Here I go.
Oh no!
Well, guys, is that worth getting upset about? So he was playing the role as the fan.
Course, no.
Like, hey,
Look,
I'll tell you. I mean,
Absolutely, it was.
It was really smoking tonight.
hashtag me too.
Yeah.
It was inappropriate. Shouldn't have been done.
Right. Did y'all go over yesterday everything this guy got?
Yeah, we
in
did.
return.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and we actually did exactly what Tony was saying.
what
we
would we
would negotiate.
Yeah, Bubba asked for the same thing.
And Bubba said he'd like a date with Giselle.
I didn't, but I did
Exactly.
mention you think somebody would have brought that up as a joke.
He said,
it's a joke.
throw Mama June in there on the
It's a
side.
joke.
And the grandmother from Enterprise.
And Scarf.
The who?
Miss Dr. Burks.
So here's some things that people were saying on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Twitter's at it again.
You're right. Said that I don't
People
think
just waiting to be offended.
Yeah, y'all.
Just sitting
y'all,
back.
he's
Oh,
just
good, I'm
making a
offended. I
joke.
get to get in the game.
He's making a joke. He's making a joke.
Yeah,
he didn't mean
he's
anything
role
by
playing the
it.
guy. Hey, I'll tell you what. If you want this $500,000 football back, how about a date? You know, he was joking.
Of course he was.
Tony Romo suggesting Brady's trade a date with his wife for his 600th TD is just weird and borderline creepy. Dude's a good broadcaster, but he's so awkward sometimes.
See, I think they were not that it really matters on the joke. I think a lot of people thought Romo was saying that's what he would want.
No, he was acting.
He was
as
acting
the
like
fan,
the guy was
right.
asking for that.
That- because a lot of people that is a funny joke.
It is funny.
Yeah,
There's nothing not funny about it.
Because
Yeah.
you have a Brazilian supermodel wife who's made a career of having her picture made and looking good. That's the joke.
What's her name?
I don't know. I forgot. Mrs. Brady.
Mrs. Brady.
Well, the Romo, it is different. If the people who thought Romo was thinking, and I'm quoting Romo's wife now, that is, you know, he is going to hear about that.
Oh yeah, even though he's
course.
going to have to make her list go. I was role playing. I was acting like
wait a
I
minute,
was the guy.
So you saying that's what you would want? No, baby, I was making a joke. But that, he's heard that. I promise you.
Yeah.
Especially after all the backlash.
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
I do think
and you know his wife saying when you start saying things like this, you deserve this backlash.
People misinterpret.
He forgot he was on air and he started having fun. But I do think it's funny
just
that
think
out of
it's-
everything this guy's gotten, he wants a round of golf with Brady. I think that's funny. That's hilarious.
That's kind of what we were thinking. We would much rather, if you're a fan, you probably would want to actually spend some quality time with Brady above anything.
Yeah.
I
In
said,
addition to all
go
that,
on a
let's go.
vacation with him, so that was pretty close.
I said $50 grand in a day at the farm.
Well,
Bring Giselle.
$50 grand up front and then a day at the farm.
What are y'all doing? Riding around?
We're gonna ride.
Is he gonna
four-wheelers.
meet Gary?
We're gonna ride 4-wheelers right out of the gate.
Is he going to throw passes with
Hey,
Gary?
I don't want to meet Tom Brady. I ain't much for him.
What?
I pull for the Tide and that's it. He ain't play for the Tide. I don't care nothing about
I
him.
thought Gary might want to run a route and let Tom throw to
No,
him.
roll Tide.
So who?
Picture that if
Hey,
you could.
if I hadn't got my knee,
Shirtless
hey,
and all.
some people said when I played for Chilton County, if I had not messed my knee up, I was probably as good as Brady.
when I played for Chilton County.
I mean, some people were saying that I had a future. And that's where I met little Gwen.
You know what he really needs, Rick, is a story like Phil does, where he got hurt and the guy that replaced him got real famous.
Oh, yeah.
And it could have been him if he hadn't got hurt.
Scream Tom, I'm open, throw it.
Hey, I'm right over here.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and
By the
Bubba.
hellbait. It's like nobody would listen. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Watch it live, noon Central Time on our YouTube channel, 1 o'clock Eastern. Adler gets it out to you pretty quickly within an hour after it's over. And we put links. Helmsley does that with Adler on all of our social media platforms, and you can watch it or listen to it on your own time. All right, so we still have this fire alarm issue going on here at the plaza, and we've been through this before in the past, and there seems to be an issue on turning it off when it goes on. It's not. We can't really say that it was a misfire because in its world it thought it had something because of the sprinkler thing.
But we've experienced this.
This happens a lot.
Somebody there's not a switch you can flip.
It seems like it ought to be easier. This is what it sounds like.
That's not a leaf blower.
This is not a sound effect. This is outside the studio right now. This is not a sound effect. Matter, you can see the lights flashing.
Speedy, can you hear it out there?
Speedy?
Yeah. Do what?
Can you hear us?
Barely. What are you saying?
Well, we were talking about how that lights that's flashing.
Do you smell smoke?
Is reflecting off your head.
Greg has lice.
No, that's not what I said.
This has been going on now for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Actually, since 1 o'clock this morning, or even before.
Yeah,
that.
because they
It's just been affecting us since that.
Yeah, I have observed it for 2.5 hours.
I can't see Helmsy talking, so I can't. I see his head moving, but that's it.
The light is really bouncing off the top of your head there.
The good part is it's not an irritating sound.
No.
How about this? Can you read my lips?
Huh?
Say, Gorosky, come on into work.
Come on, get you a seat at your desk.
Gorosky, come on into work.
I hear they have more pleasurable sounds at Guantanamo.
By the way, I think something has
You remember that time they had Manuel Ortega or whatever his name was?
Yeah, and they're playing rock and roll music.
By the way, I think, speaking of Gorosky's office is up here, for those who don't know, I think this will be on the list of what's eating Scott Gorosky.
Yeah, I think we can add a new category.
Fire alarms that cannot be shut off.
Are you saying Gorosky wants me to come to his work?
No, just tell him to welcome to work.
To wipe before he goes to work.
No.
Well, that too. But
all right, listen. If you'll go down, he can't hear us. If he would go down Dead Man's Hall,
just do arm
on the other side.
Go that way.
On the other side, it's not this. It's a piercing, pulsing tone.
No, you're right.
Bubba's saying he wants a mellow yellow. He's doing. What's he saying?
No.
Can you go to the other side to the office?
Go to the office entrance.
I don't know if it's going to work, but I'll see how long it goes.
Okay,
office, buddy.
Office, not
our
office.
Our antenna's missing off our wireless.
Do you want me to?
mic.
So you want me inside?
No, go to the other side.
All right, I'm walking down Stalker's Alley here.
See,
I don't know how long it's going to take.
Can
y'all hear me?
over there.
Listen, that's what's over there. That's all you hear.
Rough too. From there all the way to Panera, it's a rough ride.
Wow. Listen, that's what you got to hear on the other side.
We got all kinds of sounds.
Yeah, there's no dump truck backing
Do you
up.
hear how pulsing that is?
And evidently,
y'all hear me?
Panera's building is more soundproof than ours.
Can y'all hear me?
Because once you walk in, you can't hear it.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, we're losing you.
Yeah, it's starting to pop out there.
Poppity pop pop.
Little popcorn.
Can y'all hear me?
Syphilis.
Hey guys,
Hello.
guys, can y'all hear me?
Rick, I am so tired of this. If you'll make it stop, I'll get a vaccination.
That's good.
If y'all cut this
I
out.
give up.
Okay, we're back on.
Now
here.
he's back to the vibrating.
That's what's going on while you're doing a radio show. I want you to imagine that.
Yeah.
That tells you how soundproof those windows are. Listen to all the various sounds. Yeah,
That's bad.
Guys,
It's just a calamity out there.
well, I'm with
John Brown calamity.
I'm with you. It seems like I hate to go war games, and I don't want to use the exact quote. Can you not just unplug it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Unplug it and kill the battery.
right. Somebody, somebody urinate on a spark plug. Something.
Yeah,
I
take
think-
us to DEFCON 3.
I think somebody's missing an opportunity. You could interrogate somebody right up under that, and they'd probably say, "Whatever, just stop it. Just whatever. Just
Can I
I'll
give
stop."
up? Can I ask you?
He's going to get a vaccine if I'll just quit.
That's
what he said.
Hey, let me ask you this: since you were out there, and you're going to be surprised.
Did you hear it?
I think you're going to be surprised at my answer. Which one of those two sounds do you think you could tolerate the longest? That pulsating sound was worse to me.
The beep, the high pitch.
It made my brain.
Can you tolerate the high pitch beat more than the
I can.
what sounds like a
I
leaf
can
blower?
almost have a tune with the beep.
I'm the
almost
opposite.
make it.
I'm the
I
opposite.
can't handle.
Listen. I walked by Zoe's over here, and the pulsating thing was so loud, like it made like I thought it might have damaged. I thought it might have damaged my hearing.
I'm surprised every dog in the neighborhood's not here. Well, it's so high.
I bet
They've run. They went the other way.
They don't want any part of this. So
that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
That what else?
I tell you what,
fireman.
I can tell you this: it's doing its job. It's got us aware of something.
Yeah, but we know what it is now. So now turn it off.
Right.
But again,
I'll give you that.
Thank you for the heads up. We found it.
Right.
Now can't you turn it off?
This is not. This
Just
is
kill
not
it.
new. Every single time that thing goes off, it's at least 3 or 4 hours before they can shut it off.
I know.
You know the that's it.
I thought by
moment
now
that we
we'd
all
have
have
it worked out.
The that it moment is today, and they're apologizing, but saying they're taking it, making
So this
sure
is the
never
one that
happens
pushed it
again.
over the edge.
This is it.
This is the one. So the other time it went on for hours.
The
on
other
it,
10 to 12 times.
Well, talking about the other times it happened. I mean, like people that like have regular business hours were affected. Mm-hmm. Remember that? You would think that would have been.
If I take that baseball bat and fix them one at a time, what's the charges?
That's
Well, here's the good thing. Like I've set our burglar alarm off
as long as you're vaccinated, you'll be fine.
many times, but you can turn it off immediately.
Right.
Now the police come and you have to explain who you are.
You have to deal with that.
But you can immediately turn it off.
Right.
The
Yes.
fire alarm goes off around here. You can't turn it off for at least 4 hours.
No. So
That seems to be the pattern.
No, that is the pattern. It's hard to turn it off. I mean, real hard. So over here, when we were here for what, how many, 13, 14 years here? And, we're moving sometime first of next year. So it's been a good run. Have enjoyed this. A lot of great things about being here. I've really, really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I dread moving. Really.
Yeah, I do too. Wish we could stay, but I will say I won't miss the alarms you can't turn off.
No.
Various smells from the dumpsters.
And it seems like the constant drilling.
And every now and then walking in the console looks like a lake.
Yeah, right.
It's lake on it.
Are we gonna talk the fruit flies? We just gonna ignore that.
Oh, the gnats.
Yeah,
I forgot about them.
Yeah, the gnats. I may put the gnats up here in my top 3.
Doo-doo water falling on Adler. Don't forget that. That may be the worst.
Well, for Adler it was.
Yeah,
Yes.
it was. For the rest of us, not so much.
Right, but then you know what's going to happen, because there's no perfect thing, and studio-wise, this one had many more goods than bads.
Absolutely.
But we're just going to have things that we complain about. They're not.
Sure.
No, they're just not a perfect.
You're just going to trade one set of problems for another.
Like for instance, the fact that we all have to share the corporate bathroom we're about. That's going to be a bad.
There's about 300 of them.
Yeah, it's like the transfer.
And here we
portal.
have 3 different private bathrooms.
Yeah.
Over there we won't have any.
Right.
And Rick, and they're not very close to us.
No.
No, about half a mile high.
It doesn't. That.
We're just gonna have to take a segment off.
The new place.
The professor's out of it.
The new place that we're going. I actually am going to go by there, and you know how your phone has a stopwatch on it, and I'm going to stand where the studio's supposed to be, and then I'm going to run like if I have to do a sit down. I think I can do a 1 and get back, but I'm going to run and see if I can do a sit down, see how long it takes.
Well, then you never know, Rick, because they vary.
Yeah.
But Rick, if you know the time,
they're not the same except for Helms.
What about when you sit down and go, I'm going to be here long enough?
Oh, wow. Rick, I knew I should have brought a magazine.
If you know the time going and coming, then you take that variable out, though.
Yeah, I need to at least know that.
All right.
So it's been a good run. And let's finish it out. But yeah.
Speedy, they give you any idea when this is going to be over?
They just said they were working on it and it was trying to be resolved ASAP. That's all they're saying.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We're excited about spending time together again today. Got an email about My Pillow. Let me tell you something. These My Pillows have been so beloved by our audience. This comes from Jesse. My wife and I just got back from our honeymoon, and we forgot our My Pillows at home. Big mistake. 2 pillows at the resort we stayed at could not compare to our number one My Pillow. All week I told her how much I was ready to be home and sleeping on them, and now that we are home, I can confidently say they're the greatest pillows on earth. But the good news is they're coming back from a honeymoon, so they didn't sleep a whole lot. So anyway, but now they're back home to the My Pillow, and said, "Hey, we missed it the whole time we were gone." Yeah, well, if you haven't gotten yours, it's a good time to do it because you now can get the premium My Pillows for only $29.98. Now that's $40 off, and you just heard that ringing endorsement. So go to mypillow.com right now to get yours, and also you'll see that Mike Lindell and the folks at mypillow.com/Bubba have also just added bathrobes and sleepwear and quilts as well. And if you use that code Bubba, you can save some money there. They're all 100% U.S. upland cotton, and the reaction's been great. Also, there's a link to mypillow.com at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba. The mandates. Mandate me. Well, the federal mandates, where our federal government is trying their best to force you to get a vaccine, even if you have natural antibodies, or even if you would respectfully say, no, thank you, please. I think I'm healthy. I like my situation. I like the treatments. I'm leery of the vaccine, or I just don't want to take it. But the federal government says not going to give you that choice, and we got the power to do it. And now it's starting to affect state universities, and universities, if they receive federal money, then they're under that authority, or are they not? Or here comes all the different legal wranglings that will be going on.
Lawsuit of the week.
And now there's some stories are percolating that it may start, and we saw this happen at Washington, in the state of Washington. They had a coach that left because he would not take the vaccine, and there's a little bit of rumbling going on down in Auburn. And the story started hitting yesterday that Coach Harsin, that he refused to disclose his vaccine status when asked about it.
Rick, a story that's on AL.com from Joseph Goodman, and Rick, you may remember him. He's a big Bryan Harsin fan. Started on this vaccine thing months ago. He must double as the health reporter also for them. Yep. He has a story out today basically saying, will Bryan Harsin be fired if he does not produce a vaccine card? And he's playing into that, and, he's crying foul and all that kind of stuff. He's obviously a great reporter. It's going to be a situation, though, with a lot of folks that we're going to see this in a lot of states because of the state universities getting grants from the federal government. They're going to be under that mandate, even though the states themselves may have anti-mandate laws on the books. And it's ultimately will be decided by a judge somewhere, I guess.
Yeah. So there, on this one, it's a little different because Coach Harsin has not said whether he got the vaccine or not. And then others, you see, there's the Montgomery Advertiser. You mentioned AL.com. ESPN's picked it up now, and others. And they're all, as you said, for some reason, I guess they know, they're saying that since he wouldn't just flat out say, I've taken the vaccine, that means he hadn't. And what it is he's not disclosing. Now, what makes this one disclosing it, which makes this one a little more dicey, is that Coach Harsin has had COVID and survived it and has natural antibodies by all accounts. It was in August when he had it.
Yeah, he was actually treated with the plasma or monoclonal antibodies in late August. So there is a mandatory waiting period before you can even get a vaccine after you've had the antibodies. But see, none of that's figured into the mandate. So what are you going to do? Even if you wanted to get vaccinated, they tell you to wait 90 days or more, which would put him somewhere around December the 8th, which is when the mandate is. So it's going to make some very strange stories. Now, the fact that a coach in Washington's fired is one thing. Mm-hmm. When it starts hitting SEC coaches, it's going to be a whole nother deal.
Yeah, because I don't think Leach is a big vaccine guy over Mississippi State either. And I don't know that situation over there.
And Harsin, let's be clear, has said he hasn't said. That's the thing. He hasn't said if he's vaccinated or not. He was asked at the press conference on Monday if he would show his vaccination card, and he declined to do so.
Right. So, and by the way, I thought we lived in a world where you couldn't ask people things like that.
I know.
I mean,
well, the HIPAA law, Rick, we just shredded it along with the Constitution.
We've shredded it about as many pieces as we have Title IX.
Yeah.
But with all the transgender stuff. By the way, I can ask this question. I didn't come up with this, and I forgot who asked it, but I saw it and I thought it was a great point. I'm sorry, I'm chasing a rabbit here, and I acknowledge that. But since we brought up, so we just swore in an admiral that was transgender. I'm a biological man, but I live as a woman, so I must be called a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Does that mean that the next biological female that we swear in to a position just as high will be the second woman?
Yeah, well, that's what one of the congressmen said. That. He said, "Look, we've just given the title of the highest-ranking female to a guy."
Well, like Greg said,
and he got all kind of blowback about that, but that's the truth.
Yeah, well, we're talking about how this is setting women back because now men are just saying we can be better women than y'all can be.
Yeah,
but you said Dave Chappelle in his controversial special where he actually tries to have free speech is that he said that Caitlyn Jenner got Woman of the Year before, and she hadn't even been a woman a full year.
Yeah. Even come out.
Yeah.
And like you said,
Bruce Jenner got Woman of the Year, and he hadn't even been identified as a woman for a whole year.
Yeah, so already got it.
Do you see how this fake world we live in? If you just would settle down, you don't even have to be disrespectful or mean to people, but stop all this insincere, patronizing, fake stuff.
Well, Rick, here's the thing. We've just taken science and thrown it in the trash can while being told follow the science.
By saying, we were trying.
If Bryan Harsin, if he had COVID,
right?
If he had COVID, what is it?
I just like
you just said Harskin, but that's fine.
Yeah. Bryan Harsin,
right?
If he had COVID in August,
Harsk the Herald Angels,
he has antibodies right now,
right?
Better than any vaccination would generate.
You and I
made by him. For him to protect him from that virus again.
We're on the same page. I was going to say it just like this. Listen, we have a federal government right now that is trying to mandate that a person get a vaccine that scientifically he does not need.
Yeah.
I want y'all to think about that. I want y'all to think about that.
Yeah. Good point.
Scientifically, he does not need it.
And one that we know, depending on who you are, if you get tested and keep an eye on it, I have now been going 11 months with it, okay? Mm-hmm. Got an email today from a lady whose husband had it. He has antibodies 20 months after he had it.
I have
20 months.
I have someone in my.
If you go get that vaccine, they're going to give you a booster in 6 months because it's already played out.
Right.
Yeah.
So please follow that science for me.
We've got it in our family.
Anybody?
We got one at when November hits. It will be 15 months. Still with antibodies.
There you go.
Y'all, science has to be science. You can't say science and make it political. You just can't do that. It doesn't work that way.
Remember the 90-day thing in the beginning?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So don't listen to us.
You know what? Again, we don't know what we're talking about.
Right.
Medical community.
Right.
Oh, yeah, your natural antibodies, 90 days, it's out of there. Really? Really?
True. They didn't have that right.
What am I, a freak of nature?
Right, because we didn't know.
Rick, look at me.
It hadn't been around longer than that.
Rick, behold a freak of nature, right?
I know. Well.
Huh? Huh? Get your freak on right here,
hey,
COVID.
Bubba, give him a you're welcome.
Hey, you're welcome, science.
There he is, double bow.
What the heck?
Well, it goes back to this
medical community, please. I'm begging you, doctors, please. Quit just shoveling the corporate line that's being sent to you. Go back to doctoring. Go back to treating viruses like you've always done it. Look, if you're not vaccinated, you're playing with fire. You need to get vaccinated. I do think it helps.
You're talking about if you haven't had it.
Yeah, if you hadn't had it. Absolutely. If you don't have the antibodies, you need the antibodies. When everybody has antibodies, that's how we defeat COVID. Not just because you get a shot. Not because You may not even generate antibodies. You may be one of these people that it doesn't do anything for. You may not have the antibodies you need for the variants. It might help. It ain't gonna protect you. We know it's a leaky virus, and all that's fine.
Leaky vaccine.
But quit acting like the natural antibodies is some mysterious thing that we act like it doesn't exist.
Been around as long as we've been dealing with viruses. And other.
Your shot, your vaccine creates natural antibodies. That's what protects you from the virus, not the shot. The shot doesn't do any good by itself.
Well, and what I don't understand is
science. Where are you? Follow the science.
Well, that's what I don't understand. So we thought 90 days because of this novel. We were wrong. So what I don't get though on the mandates of the vaccines, as we learn more about the virus, we're making all kinds of adjustments except there.
Yeah.
Why are we not making adjustments there? I understand the original thought of it.
But didn't know. But been around.
Hey, Rick, our original thought was that somebody ate a bat sandwich.
Right.
And we know that ain't right now.
Right.
We know that ain't right. We know Fauci lied about it. He wasn't forthcoming. He wasn't transparent. Natural antibodies is part of this cure. Why are we avoiding that science? Come on, follow the science, boys. Let's go. Hey, freak of nature right here. Look at it.
Stand up and bow. Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Look at that. Your phone calls are next. We'll do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 9 minutes to the top. We'll get to your phone calls right here, but we do have to go outside again where the alarm is still going off, the fire alarm. And Speedy, we've got people that have come to the golden ticket seats and to look at the window.
I know some of you think the leaf blower's going. That is not that.
And they've got a sign that we thought was pretty cool, and I could just read it, but then I noticed they had peanut M&Ms, and then I thut, and then Bubba for some reason said, Speedy, get the mic, go out and interview them.
I said, you know why, Rick? They're wanting to feed the freak.
So let me tell you, let's adopt this full blown. All right, so I'm even open to changing the logo, Rick and the Freak. All right, so we can't hear you, Speedy, but can you talk to these people?
Speedy, where are they from, and what does their sign say?
He said that they're going to come to us at some point.
Speedy, hey,
I'll
Speedy,
you.
You're on.
Huh?
You're on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't. So what's your name, sir?
It's Ivan.
Ivan?
Ivan Jonathan.
Ivan Johnson?
Jonathan.
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 Jonathan. Okay, cool. And what's your name, ma'am?
Becky.
Becky Jaundice?
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
John. Okay, cool. Well, and so what does your sign say here?
We went to the
Speak up a little bit, sir.
We went to Game 6 of the NLCS, the Atlanta Braves game, and Dodgers. Okay. And we came from Arkansas to come to the game. Okay. And then we came here to Rick and Bubba, and kind of shows you the price of everything to get here, the hotel the hotel costs and the game ticket costs.
Right, so it says airline tickets from Arkansas to Atlanta, $800. Are y'all happy with that price?
No, not at all.
And then it says NLCS Game 6 tickets, $500. Are you happy with that price?
No.
You got a deal.
They sound pretty good compared to the World Series ticket price.
You got a deal.
That's right.
Then it says hotel accommodation, $200.
That's a good deal.
How you feel about that?
Not too good. Not too good? No.
Attending Rick and Bubba, priceless.
Definitely.
I love that.
I've listened to you guys for about 14 years now, and this is the first time I've been here.
Thank you so much.
Great. And what does hers say, Speedy? I'm sorry, he can't hear me. Look at her sign. I'm
her sign? Yeah. It says, come get your somewhat healthy snack.
There you go.
And I think she's talking to Bubba.
Yeah, the Freak.
And Bubba, they're holding up some peanut M&Ms for you.
Feed the Freak.
Feed the Freak.
Apparently, they help keep your antibodies going.
No, feed the Freak.
Yeah.
Feed the Freak. Feed the feet.
So it's so loud out
here. Yeah. We can barely hear you out here.
I know. That alarm's sweet, isn't it? Hey, been waiting 14 years. You're hearing the alarms going off in your head.
Now, is this gentleman behind you that's documenting everything? Is he a friend of yours?
He's my brother.
I hope so.
Okay, brother. How you doing? What's your name, sir?
Luke Jonathan.
Thank you.
So, there's that name again.
So what part of Arkansas are you from?
What part of Arkansas are you from?
Mountain Home, Arkansas. That's north central Arkansas.
All right. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Thank you. So the airline tickets that you have, was that, I'm assuming, one way because you're not flying back? Or did you
actually, it's round trip. That's round trip price.
Are you going back to Atlanta? I mean, what do you do? I mean,
about 1 o'clock we're going back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just drove over here to see us?
Oh, yeah.
Are you serious?
So you waited 14 years, you flew to the southeast, you drove a couple of hours, and now you've got this noise behind you.
Yeah.
It was worth the drive.
Well, God bless you.
I would have came from Arkansas just to see you guys.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Can I ask you a question? I don't know, Rick, if you asked this because I can't hear you. How do you get the show, and what's your daily routine with Rick and Bubba?
I used to live in Huntsville, Alabama, and that's how I got introduced to you guys through WZZK. And then I moved to Mountain Home, Arkansas about 6 years ago. And I went actually about 3 years without listening to you guys because I couldn't listen to you guys with work. And then about 3 years ago, I started listening to you guys on the podcast.
Oh, wonderful.
So I usually listen to you guys.
So you're a podcast. Are you a same-day podcast person, or do you go back days?
Sometimes I'll go back, but I try to stick pretty current. Because it's kind of weird sometimes when you got to go back and
some people do that.
You're not with the current news. So I try to stay current. I know there's a lot of people out there that they're like a month behind. Yeah. I have a hard time with that.
Well, I'm going over here to the wife now. Are you as a bigger Rick and Bubba fan as your husband, or how does that work?
Introduced me to them. Yeah, he introduced me to them. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting close. I can't. Trying to hear you.
You can tell she's reluctant.
So the couple that listens together stays together. So
for sure. Yeah, that and praying.
Yeah, thank you, man. That's awesome. That really is. That's incredible.
Well, thank y'all for your dedication.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
amen. Yeah, and so maybe we can go out and get a pic with them before they have to leave if they can stay another few minutes in that alarm. The other thing it's interesting.
Rick, maybe we can walk across the street to Food World where we can't hear the alarm.
Right. In an interesting twist, Bubba, there's something building with our show in Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got a text today. This guy named John.
They know how we love bacon.
Yeah, it's John Harris, and he's in Russellville, Arkansas, and he's representing a church that's about to start the men's discipleship strategy in January, and he wanted us to give a shout out to RJ today. RJ is a young man from the Bahamas, and he is living with their family, and he's playing high school basketball at their school, and he got hurt last night and said he was really scared, thought his leg was broke. Turns out it's just a really bad sprain, but he said he's a huge Rick and Bubba fan. He said, I wish you could hear him with his accent from the Bahamas impersonating you both.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
that is good. So when he gets to feeling better, send us a video.
Yeah, so RJ, glad it's not as bad as you feared, and thankful that you're listening to the show, and know that all the prayer warriors in our audience will pray for you to have a speedy recovery.
That's right. We'll rehab you up, man.
Yeah, and hopefully you won't miss in the entire season.
Hey, we got some rehab here in the U.S., You know
what? We'll rehab you at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, if you don't like stretchy bands and riding a bicycle, you're in the wrong place.
Let's go to...
Because you know what, Rick? That's how the freak train.
So you really, really embracing it now. Let's go to Michael in Birmingham.
Hey, I blew that 90 days of weight.
Yeah. Oh, look, 90 days. Come on, 90 days.
Come on.
Let's go to Michael. Michael, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, guys, you guys aren't the only ones that are having problems with fire alarms. About 11 years ago, Brian Williams on the NBC Nightly News had the same problem through the entire broadcast, and it's online. You can find it if you Google it. Throughout the entire time, and it wasn't where you had to go to Speedy and go into another room and put a mic out the door and hear it. I mean, it was like, and the show had to go on the entire time. It's absolutely hilarious.
I bet he was so frustrated. All right, so we'll look for that. All right, so we definitely want to give the shout out to the folks outside and hear the alarm because we don't know how long they can take it. So we only got that one call in, so I know we've got almost a full bank of calls. You can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So when we come back, we'll get back to the phone calls and chat with you. That's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Also check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Look, I'm not trying to exaggerate. If you're wanting Rick and Bubba stuff and there's some new items there for Christmas, you need to go ahead and go to the store and get that done. That way, get it in hand and you know you got it. You won't have any shipping problems. And new shirt coming out for free.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you so much for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show or watching it right here on our YouTube channel right now, whatever the case may be. Let's face it, the state of our country has us all concerned. Everywhere we look, raising taxes, destroying the value of the money, inflation everywhere. And you know what they keep saying to you? What are you going to do there? Hey, what are you going to do about it? Where are you going to go? Well, I want to introduce you to a group called International Living. A lot of American retirees and veterans are going to Panama. And they're going there because they can live in luxury for about $24,000 a year. You pay 0% income tax. There's no income tax there in beautiful Panama. Your health care is as little as $2,600 a year. You could be sitting on a pristine white sand beach in a luxury beachfront condo for about $120,000. It's the world's #1 wealth protection haven. And if you'd like to find out more about it, we can help you. All you have to do is go to buypanamanow.com/RickBubba and claim a free series on investing in Panama's Pacific Riviera. The American's Guide to Living and Retiring in Panama from our friends at International Living, and it is 100% free for the Rick and Bubba audience. Just head over to buypanamanow.com/RickBubba and get your copy today.
Slow down, I need more time.
Six minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Phones start the hour at 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. And welcome back the freak himself, Bill Bubba Bussey. What's up, freak?
Rick, glad to be here and just getting my freak on over here. And thank y'all for joining us.
Is that okay to say that?
I don't think so.
Do you remember The Princess Bride and when the guy kept saying,
No,
I
not
forget what the
really.
word, and he looks, he goes, I do not think this means what you think it does.
But anyway,
that line is always on me. To the phones we go to get the hour started.
I think before you get to that, you have to look through the comedy of me calling myself the freak.
Yeah, right. Let's just land there.
Right.
Sean in Anniston, Alabama, fellow Calhoun Countyan. Sean, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Just wanted to see if I could offer a little bit of help for you with the fire alarm system this morning. I work on these things and inspect them, and all these panels come with a way to be able to disable the audio part of it at the main control panel.
Yeah, it seems
How
like
close are you?
Because every alarm that I've ever dealt with, when it goes off and we identify why it went off, you just turn it off. This one has not had that history.
And you guys sound like you already – I've been trying to call you guys since the 6 o'clock after the last 2 hours, but couldn't get anybody to answer the phone. But because I knew what the problem was, you said they tried to reset it, but all that's going to do when it resets is if the
Alarm
problem's
again.
still there, it's going to start going off again.
Right, yeah.
What you got to do is you got to go to the main panel. There should be a button that says acknowledge. You push that button that says I'm acknowledging there's a problem. And then there's another button that says silence. When you push that button, the audio part stops, but the lights continue to flash.
Well, Sean, see, I know that seems logical.
It really does.
And I'm
Extremely
hearing,
logical.
I'm hearing what you say, and I'm going, yeah.
I hear the
But-
words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah, but apparently this thing is possessed, or it's in some location kept with a gold at Fort Knox. Nobody can get to it.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know. There's a lot of rambling around about the key master.
Yeah.
And
I
he
don't know.
lives an hour away from
Right.
here or something.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know.
gargoyle ran through here. I don't know what's going on.
They don't know. Can somebody find the gatekeeper?
The key master.
So thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, everything you said makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But this one doesn't seem to be that simplistic.
Yeah, if you're close, just come by with a crowbar. Maybe we can.
Because understand, as long as we've been here, every time the alarm goes off, you know you're in for a long ride.
Mm-hmm.
It does not seem to be
Good
simply cut off.
gracious.
Even
Guys, come on.
by the fire department, they can't turn it off.
And you know, this is really the worst case scenario because now, if you ever have an alarm, nobody thinks it's real.
Oh, we don't. But none
I
of
mean,
us think
it's
alarms are real.
useless as a fire alarm.
We'll sit
right
in here and be barbecued. We won't think one thing about
Sure,
it.
sure.
Let's go to Mike in Harvest. Mike,
That got me.
Go ahead, Mike. How you doing?
I got a suggestion. I want to get y'all's opinion on it. What do you think about maybe starting a petition to have Stacey Abrams throw out the first pitch in the first game in Atlanta?
I bet that'd be quite the reaction. But
I don't know if they're even gonna give her a ticket.
Yeah, I can't believe that she would even have any part to do with Major League Baseball after.
Yeah, you know what? I'm shocked Major League Baseball's letting the Braves even be in the playoffs in the World Series or play at home.
I'm surprised
because they're just turning a blind eye to the whole situation.
Well, we had some footage. We'll show you where we had a guy in the crowd last night holding up a sign saying the chop was inappropriate or racist. Or something.
Racist.
Yeah, bigoted, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
Really, let me tell you something. If your whole game plan to stop racism, there it is.
It is right there.
Hey, if your whole game plan to stop racism is to go after the chop at a ball game, and that's your contribution to the ongoing fight to eradicate the evil of bigotry and racism from our society, and somebody says, "What'd you do?" And you say, "Well, I held up a sign one time at a baseball game, said the chop is racist." Hey, man, thanks a lot. You really did a good job. That really made an impact.
So that guy is wearing, it looks like Astro colors based on where he's sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he's doing that as a raise? Just anything to bring down the opponent? Because he really don't mean that.
Well, he's from Houston now. Remember, Houston's very liberal now. They are.
But
I'm telling you, he's another one of these lily white, far leftists that try to patronize and be offended on behalf of people of color.
Well, let me ask you this. You see all them people stomping behind him and all that?
Yeah.
The first time he blocks a critical play that I've paid thousands of dollars for my ticket, it seemed like somebody'd feed him that sign.
Yeah. I would say if you think the chop bothers you, you're really going to hate this. We got any signs about violence? All right, to the phones we go. Anonymous out of the great state of Alabama. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I work in the Huntsville area. Bubba made a comment about the HIPAA laws. Again, I work in a separated part of Huntsville, so you can imagine where my paycheck comes from. But I got looking into that, of how and why that was legal as far as checking statuses. And what I was able to find out was that, a lot of these companies, they're not bound by HIPAA laws. The HIPAA laws are bound to your medical institutions, whether it be doctor's offices, any kind of medical offices, hospitals, stuff like that. That's where you're bound by the HIPAA laws, or the companies that are bound by HIPAA laws.
Well, what I was referring to is the general concept that your health and your medical history is private, and your business, nobody else's. We've established that in this country, and it came out of a time where there were other things going on, and those groups didn't want to talk about it. So they came up with all this. So if it was good then, it's good now.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
And we pick and choose when we want to give people their freedoms. It's all based on what we've turned into is a country of preferred freedoms. But that's not liberty in its purest form.
No.
Liberty is liberty, whether you like what somebody is freely expressing or doing or not. As long as they're not doing things. And I know they say, well, if you don't get vaccinated, you catch it and give it to somebody else. Well, apparently people who are vaccinated can pass it too. Right? That's the part that's so weird.
We have breakthrough.
That's the part that's so. I would almost understand it more
if it was a brick wall.
If it was a brick wall, meaning once people got vaccinated, they were no longer a threat to themselves or anybody else. That's just not true. And so that makes the people who are leery of it go, well, gosh, I can't even see the gain in this now.
Yeah. And again, I've encouraged everybody I know that does not have natural antibodies to get the vaccine. Some of them unsuccessful, as I shared with you.
Yeah, right.
But my wife has had the vaccine. People here on the show have had it. And look, the goal is we all have antibodies. Some of us got it natural. Some of us got it from a vaccine. I think that is wonderful.
We're all in on this show based on the current options as protected as you can be.
That's right.
And now that doesn't mean we're all 100%. Doesn't mean that one of us isn't still going to get it. But we have protected ourselves.
Adler may bring us all down.
The best way that we can. Look, if a little stomach bug bothers you, what was so funny is when Sherry had that sinus infection, she said, I went in the doctor. It's almost like I feel like nobody cared about me because I didn't have COVID.
Right.
It's like, hey, there's other things that we're sick of. We're sick other ways.
You're a second-class sicker at that point.
Let's go to John and Troy. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres and Monkey Grass.
Thank you. Yeah. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, that word y'all were looking for from the Princess Bride is my wife's favorite movie.
I love that movie.
Yeah, she keeps saying inconceivable.
That was it. And he was misusing it. And finally, he said, I don't think that word means what you think it means.
It's the same actor that's on Young Sheldon that plays the professor.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's it. You're exactly. I haven't seen Young Sheldon, but I've seen him in the previews, and you're right. Yeah. You still hanging with that at all, Handler? I mean, Elmsey?
Yeah.
Good show?
Yeah. It's a good family. My 9-year-old loves it.
My shocker was when you didn't realize who that was supposed to be. He's supposed to be the child version of that guy over on the Brainiac show.
I've put that together, and the Brainiac show is pretty good too. Now I can't. Amanda hates that show.
Yeah.
For some reason.
And it can get off color.
Hams, are you okay?
Yeah, why?
Well, you just got that scowl on your face because I know you're closer to the buzzer than I am.
Yeah, I think you hear the buzzer more than we can. It's got to be making you feel.
It's on me pretty hard.
Yeah,
like, the fact that I'm wearing headphones during commercial breaks ought to speak volumes to what's going on with me.
This is where
right
your
now.
seat today. It's crucial where your seat is.
Yeah.
It's crucial where your seat is.
4 feet make a lot of difference.
I do feel like I'm being interrogated and punished for something.
Yeah, he admitted to something a minute ago. I didn't even ask.
Tortured.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. All right, so working our way back, an update on a story that we already brought you here on the Rick and the Freak Show.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, the Rust movie shooting, no pun intended. Obviously, you have a movie being shot, and then you have a person being shot accidentally by a prop gun that Alec Baldwin. It wasn't. You couldn't figure out whether he was supposed to shoot it, then he accidentally shot it, and then people were target practicing live ammo with blanks. Why would that ever happen? And we said when we started getting the details that this is going to be somebody's going to be held accountable for this. They're saying now it could result in criminal charges, and this is the New Mexico where it was being shot. Filmed. Maybe I should just say that.
Yeah.
District attorney.
Yeah, I wouldn't overuse the word shot
No.
in this case.
It says they have not ruled anything out when it comes to the future of the case. Alec Baldwin was rehearsing a scene for the film on that ranch near Santa Fe when he discharged a firearm that he was told was cold, which means unloaded. A projectile, they're not saying bullet, from the gun struck and ultimately killed the cinematographer. And the director was wounded but has been released from the hospital. Everything at this point, including criminal charges, is on the table, according to the state of New Mexico.
Yeah, Rick, a lot of attention's being given to the and I believe it's a young lady who they call the armor, which apparently is the person that handles the weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And there also was a story out yesterday that live rounds were found on the set, and that they were possibly doing some target practice between scenes, and a lot of bizarre. I even saw a story where another actor who had worked on the set with this young lady had basically said she was not handling the guns properly, and it was
Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage said he like almost blew his hearing out in one case.
Mm-hmm.
So not looking good for her.
No.
One. But look, it's early. They're going to have to investigate this. I know it goes against our American culture right now, but there's actually going to have to be due process in this, and they'll get to the bottom of it.
One of the things they're looking into, and we mentioned this, but now it's been confirmed, that Rust was facing crew complaints about working conditions, and one camera crew had eventually walked off. They had been all replaced because they got tired of the working conditions. The term you mentioned, Bubba, says there was an enormous amount of bullets on the set. We need to find out what kinds they were. A warrant has been obtained by Fox News and revealed that authorities collected ammunition and multiple firearms from the set amid their investigation, though inventory did not specify the type of ammunition found. They said the gun referred to as a prop gun. The district attorney of New Mexico say, I take issue with the term prop gun. This was just a gun that could fire anything that was being used as a prop. So we'll see what happens, but really the update is criminal charges have not been ruled out.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be ruled out. I don't know that you'll get a criminal charge, but you most definitely are going to have multiple civil charges for wrongful death come out of this. So, again, I saw where the director who was on the movie set when Bruce Lee's son got killed, he said, why are we still using this technology in 17 years after our last accident? And, I brought that up the other day. If they can make it look like you're scaling a building or flying through space, surely we can put in a special effect of a gun firing, right? I mean, the smoke coming out, right?
You could. Greg will complain about it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You could do it. Yeah.
But I think probably one of the bigger problems is you have a lot of people in this industry that tends to be more liberal. A lot of them probably are not used to guns. They're not used to having guns around. And even though the so-called expert that hands it to them, they still don't know not to point it at somebody and shoot. You know. So, and then they're not very good at checking it themselves. So. It's just a sad situation, tragic accident.
Well, it goes back to what the guy who called in that said, I've done this on movie sets before. I am an ammunitions expert. It sounds like as long as the ammunitions expert does their job, the way it's supposed to be done, it really shouldn't happen if they just follow the procedure to hand you a cold gun every time.
Right.
And not just assume, I think that's cold. I mean, here's an idea, fire it, toward the ground or up in the air to see, like the guy, he said, every time I handed it to the actor, I looked at it, I fired it a few times, I spun it, fired it
and
again.
then he went through it again with a clip. Click, click,
And
click,
he
click,
said,
click.
if you just do that, this doesn't happen.
Right.
And to me, if you're the armor person, wouldn't you think that'd be just standard protocol?
You would think.
So that's where this is going to come down
Unless
to.
you're not following the rules to the T and you're, a little full of yourself and acting up and trying to act like you're sharp or something.
Or I'm trying to save money on the film, and I hired the worst armor person that's out there, and I could get them cheap.
Armor warm-up
Remember,
person,
cheap is not always better.
No, not in that.
So,
Not in that.
So
I want a real good armor person and a real good pilot.
Yep. How's the alarm going over there?
It's still going.
Is it?
Yeah, just
All right,
ringing away.
So here's what we're going to say.
Feel like somebody's running a chainsaw in my ear.
We haven't done the Wheel of Meat yet this week.
No.
And Bubba's come up with a great idea.
Okay.
The freak has.
Mm-hmm.
So
I lost that, by the way, how that started. The freak.
Bubba is the freak because he is so far with natural antibodies exceeded the 90 days.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because that's what the medical community told us. 90 days and you're done. So you need you need to rush out here and get this vaccine.
Yeah.
So he said, I guess I'm a freak.
But last I looked, they're all signing up for booster shots, and I'm 10 months, 11 months in now, rocking it. So I must be a dadgum freak.
And that's where
that's all I got.
That's where it came from.
That's all I can figure out. Hams. If you got a better idea, let me know.
I don't.
Bubba,
I want you to stay in that lane, though. I know that.
Hey, behold the freak.
Yeah. I got to give it to the listeners, too. They're still out there.
Can't
I don't know
believe
how
it.
they're doing.
Yeah, I really, seriously, I don't know how they're not just swinging punches at each other.
That's so good. But we have not done the Wheel of Meat yet this week.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you this. If anybody can get that alarm off, you can come spin the Wheel of Meat.
We will let you be the guest spinner if you're the first person to kill this demonic alarm.
If you get it off,
possessed.
If you get it off, you can come spin the Wheel of Meat.
Okay.
If it's the first fireman to do it, if it's whoever the key master is that we can't find, whoever gets it done, they can come in and spin the Wheel of Meat.
I don't know why the term keymaster owns me.
Oh, I love
but
it.
I see Rick Moranis, isn't that his name?
Yeah, I love it.
In that movie, and it owns me. Gosh, it owns me. And I don't know why. It just does.
Well, it was hilarious.
Yes, it was.
And I don't know how I feel about yet here's another reboot of Ghostbusters. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I just don't know. Maybe
Is it the kids and they discover it?
Yeah.
How many reboots of Ghostbusters are we going to have before we get a sequel to Top Gun?
Thank you.
Huh?
So in the trailer,
the freak wants to know.
They find the little boxes that the ghosts are in, and this is in the trailer, so I'm not giving anything away. And they let them out, and so the struggle of the movie is them getting all back.
And then at one point, the comedian that's in a lot of movies, I can't think of his name, the guy who did the thing about now you're wrong in 3 languages. That guy at Starbucks that time.
Right.
He's in it. All right, we'll do phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Got a email yesterday. Hey, what was that thing you were talking about where there's these boxes and it has a bunch of cool stuff in there? And this particular emailer was female. She thought it was just for men, but it's really for men or women. But there are some cool stuff for dudes in there. It's called boxofawesome.com, and I sent that back to the emailer so they would know. Boxofawesome.com, and you certainly want to use the code Bubba there. Because we're going to save you some money on the first box. So go to boxofawesome.com. There's going to be some questions there, and the reason why they're asking you these questions is because they want to know the kind of cool stuff to put in the box of awesome, whether it's coming to you or you're going to be sending it to someone else. And these questions kind of give them an idea of the person who's going to be receiving the box. What are things that they like? What's their hobbies? And they got stuff in there for people who travel. For people who camp, camping gear's in there, outdoor gear. There's really some cool fall styles that are in there, stuff to wear, grooming goods, gadgets. Their collections cover every part of life, and they'll put every month for as long as you want stuff in a box, and it will come to you or to the person as a gift. Use the code Bubba, get 20% off that first box. $70 worth of stuff will be in each box, and they cost $45. Costs nothing to use the system. So go to boxofawesome.com with the code Bubba for 20% off the first box. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, before we go to the phones, this happens. You and I both have these little quirks. I mentioned the reboot of Ghostbusters, and you said, how many Ghostbusters reboots will we get before Top Gun comes?
Top Gun 2 comes out.
You get a great one.
Right.
And I said, yeah, the new one, it's about kids and all this, but at some point, because I saw a preview just a couple of days ago, and I couldn't think of the comedian's name, it's Paul Rudd, is in it for some reason. And then if I mention Paul Rudd, then I always have to remember this scene, don't even know what movie it was in, this scene of him dealing with what do you call these people that make coffee?
Barista.
At Starbucks about the way they do their sizes.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely hilarious. And I just decided that I wanted to see and hear it again.
I'm glad you did. Nothing wrong with that.
Now, here it is.
Good morning. Can I take your order? Can I get a tall chai?
Large black coffee.
A what?
Large black coffee.
Do you mean a venti?
No, I mean a large.
He means a venti. Yeah, the biggest one you got. Venti is large.
No, venti is 20.
Danny.
Yeah. Large is large. In fact, tall is large, and grande is Spanish for large. Venti's the only one that doesn't mean large. It's also the only one that's Italian. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages.
I don't know why that is such a funny scene, but it is.
No, large is what I want. Matter of fact, the only one that's not large is the one you're calling large.
The girl next to him is the one that's funny in all those movies.
Yes,
she's been in Pitch Perfect.
Again. There we go again.
All of those. What movie is that? That's driving me crazy now. What is that, Helms?
Does it say it under the clip, Adler? There it is. Role models. Okay. There you go. I never can remember it. Don't know anything.
Can't either.
Hey, not even suggesting the movie. I'm just telling you that scene right there.
I don't remember what else happens in it. It may be bad, may not want to watch it, but that scene is precious. That's kind of how I feel a lot of times during the day going through the year.
100%. Joshua, Tuscaloosa. Joshua, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Oh, I own Rick and Bubba.
No way I'm going there. Let's go to Jody in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jody, go ahead.
Hey, I just love you guys.
Thank
I listen to you going to work every morning.
Thank you.
And we're just so on the same track. So what are we talking about? Batches, the border made me sick watching the news this morning, and I was just beside myself with the whole border thing, like where nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, well, the border is the ultimate, and thank you for your call. The border is the ultimate. The emperor has no clothing. This is that thing I'm talking about, living in a fake world. Over here in part of my world, they're screaming end of time, pandemic, end of time. If you don't get a vaccine, you're evil, end of time. This is so bad, terrible, terrible end of time. Protect your neighbors, help others. Why are you so selfish by not having vaccines, even if you've had natural antibodies for nearly a year and you've had protection the whole time? You're still evil somehow. But then it'd be like me turning around and I say, but they're letting people pour into the border
that they're not testing for COVID. They're not doing anything. Wait a minute, something doesn't wash here.
Yeah.
They can't really mean that if they're letting this go on.
You're letting tens of thousands of hundred thousands of people, I think last month we had the most we've ever had in the last 40 years come over. You're just ushering them into the country, not being screened, not being tested, but you're firing football coaches for not being vaccinated.
It doesn't. See
Help
what I
me with
mean?
that.
See what I mean about the fake
Help me with
world?
that.
Something's not real about this.
Yeah, something's not.
And I guess I would be fine with them saying, well, we don't agree with y'all on border stuff. We're not into this whole sovereign country thing and legal immigration. We think that's evil and mean. We think people should come in anytime they want to, and it's really not a big deal because the pandemic's kind of under control, so it's not a big deal. Then you go, okay, I don't agree with you about just letting people pour in here because of the other safety issues like terrorism and criminals and things like that. And you want to vet out and be sure that people are actually seeking asylum if they really are, and people mean what they say, and then they can be an attribute to our country and have access to maximum liberty. It is funny that we keep talking about with tears in our eyes that people are coming here for liberty as we start taking liberty away.
Yeah, I know. There's just a lot of issues.
I feel bad for some of these that have crawled across and swam through things and dangerous this and dangerous that, only to get here and go, oh no, it looks just like the country I left. That's got to be disappointing. But it just doesn't make any sense. There's no consistency to it, so it must not be true. That's all I can think of. Now, see, maybe I'm wrong, but it's just the presentation makes it feel like it's not true.
Well, there's something it just doesn't wash.
It doesn't wash.
It doesn't work out.
I'm
there.
screaming. He has no clothes on. What are y'all talking about? How great his clothes look? He's naked. To Larry in Greenville. Larry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead,
Larry.
Rick. Thank you so much for playing that clip today. I tried to call you last week. I'm so fed up when you go to a place and you order a small drink and they say, we don't carry small, we have medium and large. So just give me the smallest one. I mean, they want you to say the word small or medium.
How about this? If whatever your smallest, whichever cup is the smallest you have, that's the small. So,
and please, for heaven's sake, don't give them $5 and a quarter to save, to get back your $10 bill. To get them one back, it just freaks them out to give them an extra quarter.
It's 2 Block City. Let's go to Tommy in Pell City. Tommy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, first time caller, long time listener. Guys.
Thank you, buddy.
I was just calling about the Alec Baldwin thing. Mm-hmm. Just real quick, if you load a gun and you hand it to your buddy and he points it at another guy and shoots him, is it your fault because you loaded the gun, or is it his fault because he shot the guy?
Well, but that's apples and oranges.
I think the actor has reasonable assumption that the person who is in charge of making sure the gun's safe handed them a good gun for the set.
Yeah, you're acting like we're standing out down at the pasture, down at the farm.
Shooting at each other.
Yeah, that's different when you're on a movie set where it's common to be handed guns that are cold because they're just props, and the person who makes sure the gun he hands you or she hands you is a prop, and they hand it to you and say this gun is safe to act out and pretend to be a cowboy, and then you shoot it or accidentally shoot it and it kills somebody. I do think the person who handed it to you has been derelict on their job. Yeah. And that doesn't mean that I know you don't like Alec Baldwin, but and I don't either on some of his.
And maybe he does bear some responsibility.
We'll see.
It's going to be common sense is not going to be involved here. There's going to be a lot of complicated laws.
Yeah. Let's continue. Let's go to Steve. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, Steve. I hope you're all right, bud.
Oh, I'm fine. I just want to tell y'all, Roll Tide for one.
Well, let's get that right out there. A Roll Tide?
Yeah, that's right. I grew up with some of the biggest stars for Alabama, which would be Jeremiah Castile,
oh yes,
Eddie Lowe, and Big Low.
A Roll Tide?
Anyway, yes. but anyway, I want to make a comment about the COVID.
The COVID? Okay,
Rick, don't make fun of that.
The COVID, the shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the shots work because the fact is you still catch it.
Yeah, that's why it's called a leaky virus. You're right.
Right.
It's not 100%.
Yeah. Do you believe when people say, though, that it offers you maybe a better chance at not having a severe issue with it?
No, I don't, because I had two friends of mine have the shot. The first shot, they got sick. The second shot, they got worse. They haven't been back for the third.
Right, you talk about they probably had antibodies, and then the shot can make you sick if you have antibodies, but usually it only lasts a couple of days, and then they say you got. I don't know that. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm asking if you do that you have more protection, or you definitely the people who are fully vaccinated don't seem to go to intensive care as often as the unvaccinated or hospitalization. I should say. Yeah,
those facts are absolute. I think.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, these two people that had the shot almost died after they got the shot.
Okay, well that could be problematic. I'm sure there are some side effects with some people, and we've had that with really vaccines as long as they've been around.
But Steve, a lot of people,
not to a large number.
You do know a lot of people have died with the disease too. A lot of people.
Yes, I do.
So
Yes,
have you had the virus?
I have not, and I have not had the shot either.
Well, I think that we should live in a world where you have that choice to make for yourself.
I agree 100%, because the fact is we're supposed to be in free America, where we have a right to choose what we do.
Right.
And
within
the way they are trying to do this is nothing but more or less communist. You're going to do it my way, or are you going to pay for it?
Steve, are you employed anywhere?
I am retired. I'm a retired law enforcement officer.
Okay. Well, thank you for your service.
40 years on the job.
Yep. So you are retired. So good. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to worry about it until they come knocking on your door with a syringe in their hand. Have you seen the Babylon Bee that says now Biden is so desperate for everybody to take the vaccine, he says he'll stop being president if we'll take it?
I got to tell you, I'll sign up today.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is our number.
The wheel of me keeps on turning.
Will it be?
Did a fireman cut it off?
No, we've given up. I'm playing this so we can get ready to play the drums to drown out the fire alarm.
Whoa, come on, give it a try.
It is the wonderful Wheel of Meat, brought to you by our friends at harryanddavid.com. They provide the meat. We also have bouquets of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. Moultrie has got a feeder on the old wheel today. Cord Buddy has got a Cord Buddy there on the wheel. Buzzbox Coffee's got coffee. Blaze TV's got subscription. Rick and Bubba Stores got goodies. Henry the Horse is there. Can't Have Nothing is there. And you couldn't land on Pippet. We have the wheel illuminated. The Avengers pinball machine also from GameStop is also illuminated. Hand of Truth, a big thumbs up. And the Christmas pig is smiling from ear to ear.
Rick, it is quite a sight.
Into something, Bubba. So we told you that we had the couple from Arkansas that went to see the Braves play in the National League pennant series. They came all the way from Arkansas, and they came all the way to Atlanta. They're flying back from Atlanta later today, but they drove all the way over from Atlanta. That's about nearly a 3-hour, right at a 3-hour drive from Atlanta to Birmingham. And they've been watching the show, and he said he's been wanting to come to the show for 14 years.
Wow.
So, Speedy, who's our guest spinner?
We have Ivan, Becky, and Luke.
So there they are.
Now, Rick, let's be clear. We did not find a fireman that could cut the alarm off.
No, it just didn't.
We just gave up.
What we're doing, we're fighting back on the alarm with the drums now.
Right.
That's right.
But the wheel does meet the fire code. So
Yeah,
that's
okay.
good.
All right, so do you feel confident on the spin here? All right, okay.
Speedy, if it didn't meet the fire code and caught on fire, nobody'd know it.
That's true.
Bubba.
Wow, Bubba. True. It's a true statement. So are you from...
The freak is in.
Do you know what they're supposed to say to you?
Yeah, wow, what a will.
What's that?
Wow, what a will.
Okay, I'm making sure.
Rick, you're asking a veteran if he knows.
I know. That just made me feel good. All right, let's go to Ricky with an IE out of Wilsonville, Alabama. Ricky, what do you say?
Well, first, it's not IE, but wow, what a wheel.
Ricky with a Y.
Ricky with a Y.
In Wilsonville, where the steam stacks are pouring it out this morning.
He's spinning it like a hog. All right, let's see where. Oh, he's got Alabama hat on. Oh. Yeah! Moultrie, view it! Since it's been so long since we've had a camera, should we say eat it? It's a feeder.
Eat it, feel it.
It's a feeder. Ricky with a Y, you got a feeder from Moultrie, and they'll send that baby right to you. Yeah, so we'll get some information from you, and we'll send it right to you, and I hope you have a great deer season.
Thank you.
All right, so ain't nobody named Ricky from Wilsonville not a deer hunter. Everybody agree with that?
That's right.
What do you think about, where do you call that place online too there? Gillian? Gillian?
You know, Rick.
Wesley? Wesley, you're out of Gillian. Is that what it is? Gillian, Alabama?
Gillen,
Alabama.
Like killing,
All right,
Gillen.
is Becky spinning?
Becky's ready.
All right, Becky. All right, what do you say to Becky?
wow, what a wheel.
All right, Becky, let it rip. Use that Braves chop to spin that thing. All right, Wesley, let's see what happens here.
Go, Greg.
Look at yeah! Flowers, smell it! All right, so Wesley is Speedy sniffs on your behalf. Would you like some multicolored roses, red roses, or some lilies?
Multicolored.
Multicolored roses. I like a little flair. All right, so we'll put you on hold. 1-800-FLOWERS. We'll send that to you. How about a go for Wesley? Go! All right, let's go to Bubba. Bubba, we got another Bubba here.
No.
I wonder if he's a freak.
Come on, freak.
Bubba in Hayden, Alabama. Bubba, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Reverse spin.
Reverse spin. Luke's going the other way. Luke is going the other way.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Yeah,
baby.
Yep.
Meat. It is. Bubba won meat. Bubba won meat.
You know it.
HarryandDavid.com will send you a $50 gift card via your email, and you go grab it. Let's see if we can get one more in here. Let's go to Teresa. Teresa is from Killen, Alabama. Teresa, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's Lillian, Alabama. That's okay.
Lillian. Teresa in Lillian, Alabama. All right, Teresa, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Yeah, two hands. Hey, he spun that thing.
That thing's going to roll to Arkansas.
Good gracious. Let's go roll to Arkansas. That is fantastic. Look at them lights. Look at those lights. All right, let's go, Teresa. What do you want to win today?
Anything.
All right, anything. All right, well, that's good. It's rare. Yeah! Chord buddy, strumming. All right, so you'll be strumming away, Teresa, on the guitar. Chord buddy for you. Do you strum with your left hand or your right?
Right.
Right-handed strummer.
Righty,
strumming. So congratulations, Teresa. We'll put you on hold, and that chord buddy will come right to you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
great
Thank
day.
you. And you too.
Thank you.
Greg, would it kill us to have some goes for our winners today? Go! So congratulations. Great job, guys. Our guest spinners making it happen today. All the way from Arkansas. Top of the hour. Congratulations, winner. The Wheel of Meat gets put up for another week. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix. The team's all here as we work our way through another week. The Willamette is put up. It's done. A couple of things that you need to know in the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Wednesday Bible study back today. Watch that at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. Coming up, if you want to find a man church near you, then you could join the wonderful people down in Opp, Alabama, Westview Church, Westview Baptist. Tomorrow night, Scott Dawson, as they continue to work through the men's discipleship strategy, he'll be speaking at the next gathering of men, so go out and enjoy that. I'll be headed up to High Point, North Carolina on November the 5th and the 6th. It'll be Friday night and Saturday, men's gathering with the men of Green Street Baptist. I believe that is a free event. Get all those details if you're in the High Point, North Carolina area, or you're going to be in and around that area. Get the word out. So looking forward to being with them coming up. Sherry will be speaking to the women at Calvary Baptist Church in Union City, Tennessee, the land of KYTN. She'll be there coming up on November the 6th, and you can go and see her. And also, don't forget coming up more man churches coming up November the 5th as well. Rich Wingo will be speaking at Harvest Church in Dothan, Alabama. November 7th, Mark Garnett, First Baptist Church, Colquitt, Georgia. And also on November the 7th, Enon Baptist Church. You'll have Rich Wingo there as well. So find all that by going to themanchurch.com. You can also find out where any member of the Rick and Bubba Show will be by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And then, of course, you want to thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. You get excellent prices and customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. Bubba, the Year Americas continue to come in. They continue to roll in.
Yeah, Rick.
My. Oh, the fake world in which we live. And, Greg, I can already hear you off in the distance as loud as a fire alarm that nobody can cut off, saying, if this is the kind of stuff we're addressing, we ought to get on our knees and thank God how blessed we are.
There we go.
Well,
we've solved all the big problems.
You've heard a lot of people saying, let's say that you decide to bow and adhere to the cancel culture and their pressure, and you say, okay, I'm in. The hardest thing is, even if you say you're in, it keeps changing. So, you think you've got it. Yeah, you think you got it. Am I adhering to all the stuff?
Right.
Because we know the ultimate goal of everybody is to be sure that I don't upset anybody, anytime, anywhere.
Right.
And for some reason we think we've been given some guarantee that we can live in some sort of society that no one ever bothers us. But anyway, University of Pittsburgh. Bubba, they have added new words. One of them, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I saw that one myself, Rick.
Sexist language list. Here's some that I know pretty well. Now, remember, mankind, chairman, and freshman are already on the list as sexist
Is that
language.
because it has the word man?
Correct, Bubba. Bingo, even though some of these things mean mankind.
Yeah, it's a general term.
They're not wise enough to know that. But anyway, Bubba, guess what else? You will not call someone secretary. Of course, men are Secretary of State, but I won't get into that.
Yeah, I know there's been that term. It's actually can be an action. You're secretary for somebody. That's but it's Rick. It's strange because a lot of that has kind of gone away. Anyway, you hear the term personal assistant a whole lot more now than that. Anyway.
But Bubba, let's go this far. I have been part of organizations. I've been part of charities, part of boards, and you know what somebody says? And it's been male or female. Now, Calvin Wilburn, he's our secretary.
Right.
I mean, secretary's not how's that a sexist statement? Men and women can be called secretary.
That's right.
But anyway, it's on the list. Clerk.
Watch out.
What? I don't know. Did you think they meant to write twerk?
You know, Rick, they may have. No, that's okay.
Oh, that's true.
Clerk.
Clerk.
What?
And I don't know what
did all the you know, like the Supreme Court justices, when they come up and part of their qualifications, they list who they clerk for.
Right.
Yeah.
No, not anymore. That's a
not
sexist.
anymore, some list who they twerk
You sexist, misogynist SOB. But anyway,
Full of phobia galore.
Clerk.
You freak.
I'm Rick. We've run out of things to ban. Clearly, we have run out of things. Now we're just grabbing anything.
Do you think they just open it up and the dictionary and go, all right, let's see what we got here?
Yeah,
let's
this
go with
one's
that
been around
one.
a long time. Let's get rid of it.
I'm at the point now. I think it's a prank, and they're just seeing if we'll do it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
What
Let's
about
land
this
there.
other one? What's this other word mean?
I don't know. We tried to figure that one out earlier.
Bub, you got any idea what that means?
OMS budsman. What does that mean? Can you put it all together?
Almost budsman.
I've never called anyone that.
I haven't
is
either. I haven't.
OMSBUDSMAN.
Just because it has man on the end of it, is that why it says?
Can you have our guy say it?
Yeah, hold on.
What
Sam,
is that?
I got
A
my
public
laptop's in
advocate or an
there.
official that is usually appointed by the government or
Let's see if you may ask
significant
Siri.
degree of independence.
Ombudsman.
Ombudsman.
I don't think I've ever
We're
heard
just
that
calling it
word.
an ombud.
Hey, Siri.
Leave it at that.
57 years, first time to see that word.
How do you pronounce OMBUDSMAN?
Okay, I found this on the web for how do you pronounce ombudsman. Check it out.
Ombudsman.
Something.
I can't be offended by something I've never heard.
Have y'all seen Speedy lately? Well, he's an ombudsman now. What does that mean?
But how,
I wish
is
we
it-
could
is it
get
because-
President Biden to say it.
Because it's
Ombudsman.
because it has MAN in it. Is that why it's no? longer-
Yes,
We're gonna call
I think
them
we're landing
ombuds.
there because the other ones, that's where
I got one.
the other ones you clearly they clearly win because
customer
it ends with MAN.
That guy right there is quite
There it is.
He's quite the old.
I think that one. I think that one has to stay with MAN on it. Rick,
It does.
because
It
it's
does.
gender specific.
Yeah, you're actually right.
Ombudsman.
I don't know what that is.
Ombudsman.
I know he keeps showing us what it is, but
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what?
He
I think-
settles differences
I think I
between
can.
two people.
I think I can get by without using that word.
Ombudsman.
Yeah, I hadn't come across my life much.
I
I'll
can't
agree to
promise
do
you-
away with it.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, but I can't promise you anything on secretary or clerk.
Or
all right,
clerk.
all right, if you're writing, because writers is about to become a nightmare for anybody who writes. Here it is. Avoid sexist language.
Ombudsman.
Language to use humankind. Do not use mankind.
Oh,
Chair or chairperson, not chairman. First year student, not freshman. Long division, upper division, undergraduate, upperclassman or lowerclassman not to be used. You have to say lower division.
It's all about the MAN.
Or upper
It's
division.
just because it has the word man in it.
Yeah,
that means mankind, you morons.
Administrator.
Greg's rubbing his face, y'all.
Administrator, yes. Secretary, clerk, no. But not all. That's not an administrator.
Somebody give me secretary and clerk.
I wish my position was OMS budsman.
I do too.
What I'm about to say next.
I wish it was.
Does anybody have is this which one? Because they've all faded out. Which one's the real delay? That one?
Yeah.
I'm not going to hit it.
I have to get over there.
Because when I say this, I don't know what Greg's going to say.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say that.
Greg, you can no longer say "ladies and gentlemen." Now, keep in mind, in that particular thing, you're
What are you
including men and
supposed
women.
to say?
Yeah.
You ready? Colleagues, guest, you're okay so far. All, here it comes. Yins.
No, that ain't.
Yins. What is
Yins.
Rick, that's how it-
Y-I-N-Z.
You remember
I
people
thought
used
that
to
was-
say Ewans?
Yeah.
Ewans over there
Yeah,
need to settle down.
that?
Yeah.
Yins.
People-
Isn't that the Japanese currency?
Students are folks.
Excuse me? You say students, or you're not
How about
supposed
this?
to say
You can say students.
If
you
if
cannot say ladies and gentlemen.
If you invite me to speak and I got the microphone, I'll say whatever I want.
Now, let me ask you
Now-
about the
now-
ladies
now I
and
want-
gentlemen thing. Let me ask you this. Am I overthinking this? Ladies and gentlemen, I know that's coming into this gender thing.
Yes,
right?
it is. Because that's only that's
Well, if
that-
I'm a guy who thinks that relates to being a woman,
No, no,
then
no.
I shouldn't matter if you say
No.
ladies. I'll just
No,
put myself
Greg,
under that category,
But there's
right?
people that have declared no gender.
Oh, that's the ones.
They're
the ones
supposed
that
to
go back and forth.
I'm pan.
Or I'm fluid. I
I'm
go
fluid.
between the two.
You can't. I don't know what I am.
But I got to feel like that's even
No,
the
Greg, some
percentage.
people-
That's
no,
got to be a real
no.
small percentage.
Do you realize there are people that are saying that there's not a gender? Don't even use a word. I'm over here. I'm existing in some sort of state that is gender.
So I can be fluid, which means I can go. I can run between
Rick,
the two.
here's
Right?
the thing.
I got to tell you that charade goes
Non-binary
away when it's
means
time to
I'm
go
out.
TT.
Well, I'm something besides male or female.
Yeah, I go back to the thing I think clarifies it all: the PEEP test. Yep. So you
Like
can
puppies.
declare I'm
And there
not
it
a
is.
gender, all you want, but you're just being
you are.
goofy because you are.
Now, if you choose to
and I
live
hate to
that way,
say
whatever.
this, hey, you got to follow the science on this.
Yeah, now, if you say you want to
When
live
it gets
that,
down to the basic building block,
No.
the chromosome,
No.
you have XX,
No.
XY. That's all there is.
No.
That's all there is.
Bubba, remember,
There's not a third.
No,
and you
remember,
can't not have any of them.
Bubba, I only follow the science when I'm trying to prove global.
No.
When I say global warming is supported by science, and when I say that it's science, but there's no God. But then when I try to abandon God, when I try to abandon God and I run over to science, it tells me there's only no genders. There's only two genders, so I don't like that either. I go to a place where I just get to do whatever the heck I want to do, and that's fine. But you can't force that on everybody else. If you want to do it in your own life, you can pretend to be whatever you want to be. Go pretend to be anything. But you can't take that and force it on the rest of society and say we all must adhere to that. Has that not registered with you yet, that you're doing the same thing you don't want people to do to you?
Careful here, you're getting real mad.
Has that registered with you yet? Huh? Or are you also declaring not to have a brain? Is that also something you're declaring?
Rick and Bubba.
We've been talking about our friends.
brings me to my knees. I can't start
23 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. So we continue in the fake world in which we live, because this would only happen in a fake world, that Hunter Biden's paintings are pricier than Picasso.
Yeah, Rick, now keep in mind.
Good grief.
Keep in mind that you can get a signed Picasso for $400,000, okay?
Okay.
Signed by him. Hunter Biden has had paintings sell for $500,000.
Now see, this is one of those things where I'm going to say, now, come on, y'all messing with me.
You put last segment this one together, you got you.
So once again, we do have people who have declared not to have brains. I just don't even have one anymore. I don't have a brain.
I'm gonna make a prediction that after Joe Biden leaves the White House and is no longer in public service where he's dealing with money and votes and all that, that you will not be able to that you can buy all the Hunter Biden paintings you want for $20.
Right. Yes.
I mean, a bucket full of them.
So
y'all, come on. This is so
obvious.
This is so obvious what's going on. Could you imagine if this was one of the Trump kids? This was going on.
Oh,
the
Bill
people
Bussey.
would be losing. They'd be rolling in the street.
You remember the woman when he was sworn in as president, started screaming?
Oh, yeah.
And screaming,
Oh, yeah,
no.
I love that.
This would be going on.
You talking about my favorite video ever?
Yeah, there would be people.
That lady crying.
Yeah, there would be people that would just uncontrollably cry for 24 hours a day.
Now remember,
I mean, if
think about
Trump's
this.
kids were out there getting a $500,000 for paintings, I think that's something underhanded. But Hunter Biden, look at that.
Have you
that's
seen?
That's not something I did in kindergarten.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's.
And I wasn't even any good.
Guys, what is that even supposed to be?
Well,
I know I'm not woke enough art or whatever.
Greg, that's what we call $500,000.
That's right.
Look at that crooked son of a gun.
Rick, if what a joke! Come on,
come
really?
on.
You know, I saw there's been several articles about this, and there was one talking about how art has been used to launder money from cartels for years because it's so hard to put a value on something in the art world that they can vary greatly, depending on in the eye of the beholder. And clearly, that's what this is. Everybody knows that. What a joke! What a joke! I'm just saying, let's just have it the same for everybody. If this would offend you, if this was Donald Trump Jr., then you ought to be offended because it's Hunter Biden Jr.
Yeah, listen to this.
Or Hunter Biden.
Listen, this is pretty funny.
Picasso, Rick. Picasso.
Have you read Tucker Carlson's monologue on this?
Bits and pieces.
Can I just pull this?
Please.
Just a good
Let it
one
go.
out? That he said, there's the only reason that people are buying it for notoriety and potentially for the influence, because of course we know that Joe Biden is partial to a bit of influence peddling his family. And then this was the guess that was on Tucker. I'm sorry. And then Carlson said, and then when he said, and then his checkered past in his 40s, we have him abusing drugs, using racial slurs, pornographic videos. That's what his 40s look like.
Right.
He said, and I guess once he got to his 50s, he decided, I guess I'll be Andy Warhol. He said, I'm a highly paid pop artist. You probably couldn't do that unless your dad happened to be president. That's how Hunter Biden has pulled this off. It's once again, as Biden has done, Joe Biden, throughout his entire political career. You talk about somebody that would use his influence to help his brothers and his kids and everybody else under the sun. He had no problem with that. He's been doing that his whole time he's been in there. So now Hunter Biden, we're to believe, of course this only happens in a fake world, we're to believe that Hunter Biden's paintings are not even with Picasso, above Picasso.
Selling for more than Pablo Picasso.
Can you believe that?
Well, no and yes at the same time. Or I should say yes and no.
I think
I wouldn't put anything by this bunch, okay? They look, Rick, remember, he was on the board, of the oil company, and he's never even put a pipe together.
Right.
So, come on.
Also, Tucker Carlson said, can you imagine how many actual artists, talented people who've slaved away for years with no recognition and no income have seen this? Can you imagine? Because really, if your dad is a president, and especially currently sitting in the Oval Office, even though I know some of you think it's a different one, but wherever he is sitting, acting as president.
Whichever fake one
right.
it is.
it's one of those things where you just go, I can paint. He could paint, as you just saw in the picture Adler just showed us. He can paint anything, and suddenly the value of it goes through the roof because they go, "Isn't that one of the president's kids?"
Yeah,
and doesn't he have a checkered past? But wouldn't it kind of embarrass you to have something in there by somebody who's lived the way? Look at that, guys! I'm telling you,
you could see that in any kindergarten class.
I mean,
you could go to anywhere.
I think my mother, we're moving mom and dad.
Yeah. Do you think he thinks he's an artist now, or he knows it's a scam?
No, he knows it's a scam. His whole life's been a scam.
I was going to say the same.
His entire life's been a scam. I'm telling you, my mother was pulling out little folders of things we made for her when we were in school.
It looks a lot like that.
And it looks just
like Mother's Day, 1975.
It does. All it's missing is a big awkward Rick under it.
Yeah, with the letters misspelled.
With the
backwards.
letters do it.
Yeah. One giant R and a little I and a giant C and a little K.
Oh my gosh.
This fake world, it's like I'm looking around going, am I the only one that sees all this?
That one there.
What about old Hunter Biden?
I mean, he's obvious and he don't care.
No. Well, Greg, why would you don't have to care?
You don't care. Whatever.
Yeah, remember the beautiful thing about the far emotional, especially that entertainment world of the left, they don't believe half the things they say.
No.
They're handed their talking points, and they go, is this what I currently need to believe now?
Let me make this work.
Yeah, okay. So I'm supposed to not pretend I won't play concerts in places and all that? Is that what I do now? They don't have any convictions of their own. They're just handed their convictions so they can fit in. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show as we come back. By the way, you'd be surprised. I got a video from a buddy of ours. How many times that we're dancing to the actual bed music that goes out everywhere but YouTube, and it still works with the YouTube music. Now, some of the styles are much different. We had a pretty good one going the other day to a polka type song. And Speedy, he don't appreciate Mother's Finest. That's fine.
I love it.
All right, 8-6.
Rick, he's from Mississippi. They weren't big there.
Hey, only a line, buddies. Only a line.
All right, so Babbel.com/Bubba. I know you start thinking about learning a new language. There's a number of ways you can go. And a lot of them, I will say this, and I hope, it's to me, Babbel.com/Bubba is to what learning a new language, it's what the chord buddy is to guitar playing. You know what I mean? You can certainly go the old school way, but it gets frustrating, it's long, it takes time. But when I'm wanting to go somewhere and interact with the indigenous people, or, you know, I want to know a language where I'm interacting with my fellow Americans who may speak a different language, don't we really just need to know the things we actually use in conversations? I mean, you don't need to know all the subject-verb relationships and the grammar. And do you need to know all that?
I hope not.
Don't you want some phrases that if you use them, you can communicate?
I just need to get from A to B, right?
Yeah, so Babbel.com/Bubba, the number one selling language learning app. The whole process is really a lot of fun, fast and easy. And they have bite-sized language lessons for real-world use. And what I mean by that is their 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. It's a great way to help your kids get a jump over their peers at school. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective, and you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. And don't forget the Babbel speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation. And Bubba, a little accent if you got one.
Uh-huh.
Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Remember
for those suffering from that.
Remember our Spanish teacher?
That's
where
right.
she said it sounded like we came from?
Southern Mexico.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
So there's a 20-day money-back guarantee, too, so if you don't like it, you can get your money back. Babbel.com/Bubba. Babbel.com/Bubba. That's 65% off your subscription. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com. Under sponsors, Babbel is language for life. All right, so do you remember, we'll get some phone calls coming in now, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do you remember the Loudoun County school system that hid, speaking of the fake world that we live in, they hid the fact that a biological male pretended to be transgender and said, I identify as a woman, so I have to, or a girl, I have to be given access to the women's restroom. And then sadly, there was a terrible sexual assault that took place.
Yes, and you remember the father of the girl who was assaulted came to the school board meeting, and this is where the line came that maybe people and parents who attend school board meetings and object should be considered domestic terrorists. And even the former President Barack Obama, making a speech for Terry McAuliffe, referenced this and said basically it's a lot of nothing. They're just blowing this out of proportion for political purpose. And then after that, a judge ruled that that there was a crime committed in this.
Well, and this is it. The problem that really hurt those like Terry McAuliffe that said there's nothing to it was an email that surfaced, and the superintendent alerted the board to report to a report of an alleged sexual assault in the girls' restroom. That was back on May 28th, about a month before he publicly declared that he had no record of the restroom assault. So they found that he did know about it, and he lied. And of course, goofy Terry McAuliffe probably went off his lie, but didn't take the time as governor to check into it before you popped off about something that you're wrong about. So anyway, the parents are going. I mean, they're going nuts, and they are calling for the resignation of the Loudoun County School Board.
Didn't some of them resign already?
And the superintendent. Well, the parents want everybody gone, and they want the superintendent, Scott Ziegler, gone as well, because they say you buried a sexual assault to protect your precious 80-40 policy. This is a grandmother of some of the children there. And she accused the school board of referencing a pro-transgender policy. Every last one of you needs to resign because you were so concerned with pushing this gender facade that you sacrificed the safety of our children.
You know, I don't know the exacts because I read the story and I can just kind of remember the details, but I think instead of actually bringing this up when this happened, they kind of swept it under the rug.
Yep.
And then the boy identifying as a girl was transferred to another school to get him out of the district so they wouldn't have to deal with it, and he did it again.
Yep. Just move him out of here. Meaning I know that he was a problem.
Yeah.
But
Vote for Terry McAuliffe. It'll do you good.
You just took that problem, pushed it out of your school, did nothing for the girl that was actually assaulted, and then put him over in another place where he could assault somebody else. And how can this person stay in this role as superintendent?
The second victim falls directly on them.
Yeah.
It's their fault. Straight up. Wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, Rick, I mean, it's really beyond holding on to your precious school board job. I mean, it sounds to me like they ought to be liable somehow.
Yeah.
Criminally.
Well, how about this? Probably the least, just the bottom foundational thing you can do for these parents is remove everybody that was involved.
Yep.
Most definitely.
You're criminal or not, remove them because they did not handle their responsibility to the way it should have been handled to remain in that position. Yeah. Anybody disagree with that?
No.
No matter how you feel about transgender, that's not the point.
That's not what we're saying. It could be any crime.
And see, the problem with that, the guy, the biological male, because I read the whole story, had a lawyer, and when he first came into the school said he can use the faculty's restroom.
Right. They caved.
But that wasn't good enough.
And right out of the beginning,
and
put
the
a whole bunch of kids at risk just to accommodate one that came in lawyered up.
And I wonder how the lawyer feels.
I'm telling you,
because
he doesn't see anything
guys,
wrong with it.
in just a level-headed world, if you have a child and it's your own personal belief and the child's own personal, I know some of you say don't say struggle. All right, let's just say personal preference is that they want to identify as a female and they're a biological male. Said it 1,000 times. Y'all want to do that in your private life? That you know what? But what you can't do is violate this superpower of common sense and say it is not appropriate for a biological male to be in dressing rooms, showers, and bathrooms with biological females in the public arena. We're not going to do that. And if this person does not want to go to the restroom of their gender, their biological gender, then they can go to a family restroom or a faculty restroom. Got no problem accommodating that. It's a little bit of a hassle, but I guess I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't let them go into these other restrooms because we just found out again, after all of you said we were backward rednecks for thinking this, there are some twisted people on this earth, and there are some who will use this newfound fall all over ourselves to not say anything in opposition to then go in to be sexual predators. Yep. And we have an example of it. And it's not the first time, again. So, yes, that is a possibility. Okay, so that's the reason why it can't happen. And if we can't allow a lawyer to go in there and say the faculty bathroom or a family restroom is not good enough for us. He must be identifies as she. He's biological male, and because he identifies as being a she, he's going into the bathroom, the dressing room, and the shower with the biological females. No, no, no. And that's not violating anybody's freedoms to say that you can't do. But we will accommodate you with the restroom that you don't have to be in there with biological males. No problem.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. Can't even get my arms around it.
So
Sure.
and here we go. And so these parents are saying enough. And I hope somebody's held accountable for this. For the benefit of others. We've already had one person get assaulted that shouldn't have been assaulted.
Right.
All because we're more afraid of mobs than we are of doing what's right. I know what's right, but I won't do it because I'm afraid of you. That's no way to live, and it's terrible leadership. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's that phone troll music. There it is. Let's talk to you. We've had a lot to talk about today. 866 We Be Big. Come on, lines available. Get them in here. Let go. At the end of 30 seconds, there it is. The buzzer sounds. That means the line's going to move rapid. So, and there's lines available. We're 10 lines strong here at the Broadcast Plaza. Let's start with Becky out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Becky, 30 seconds, and welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hi, fellas. I think you guys need Babel for Pittsburgh speak.
Oh, okay. So is this a word, that one we couldn't never? It's a Pittsburgh thing or a northern thing?
Well, the word is yins. And yins is kind of like y'all in the South. So Pittsburghers use yins.
Oh.
Like, did yins go to the movies last night?
Got
Where
it.
do yins want to go?
Got
that
it.
Kind of thing.
Okay.
And then an ombudsman is a government-appointed, advocate if you can't
Okay.
All right. Like a public defender.
I got you. Okay. Thank you, Becky. That's very helpful. Thank you. Just like we try to teach you Southern dialect, you got to help us with some of this Yankee stuff. Let's go to Alice, Mobile, Alabama. Alice, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go.
Hey, the vaccine mandates, I'm a registered nurse, are unethical medical malpractice and medical fascism. And Bubba, it's something you said yesterday about physicians that you think they've been acting uprightly during this. Maybe 5%, like Dr. Williams, who went ahead and treated COVID therapeutically at the threat of losing their license, their jobs, even having restraining orders against them. The other 95% I've lost all respect for. They're like scared sheep.
Whoa. I didn't know what she was going to say.
Scared sheep.
I didn't know what she was going to say.
She was right either way, Rick.
I think your percentage is a little high, but I do agree there are some in the medical field that I think are you doing things out of fear as opposed to true science and their commitment of the hip. What's that oath that they take?
The Hippocratic oath.
Yeah. And were they? You're in
the ballpark. Well, I didn't even attempt.
You know what? I don't think you were way off right there.
I didn't even attempt it.
But one of them is what they're committing before God that they'll do no harm.
Right.
That if they know it's harm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Bill in Springville. Bill, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about you?
Hey guys, what's your feel on Pop-Tarts? Y'all like Pop-Tarts?
Oh yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I love Pop-Tarts.
Well, there's a lady that apparently she's not very happy with Pop-Tarts right now. She's suing Kellogg's for $5 million because the fruit apparently in the filling didn't have enough strawberries in her strawberry Pop-Tart. So she's a little angry with Kellogg's.
Is this frosted or just the regular strawberry?
Yeah, it's the frosted strawberry Pop-Tarts. Apparently.
Yeah, that's when you get another bite. If you don't have enough in that one.
And
Everybody knows that.
Bubba, tell the audience, because we have to train people on how the proper way to eat a frosted Pop-Tart.
Well, now I don't like all Pop-Tarts. I like the chocolate ones with the white icing on it.
Yeah.
And the white filling.
So that white icing would be like any kind of
right. But to your point, you turn it upside down and eat it.
Yeah.
Because you want the frosting on your tongue first.
There you go.
Yeah, everybody knows that. I thought everybody.
Hey, if you don't, you should.
That's a pro tip.
Yeah, that's coming from a pro right there. That's from the freak.
That's right. There he is.
Trained like a freak.
John in Coleman, 1047 ZZK. Go ahead.
Rick, I've been with you since '95. I was there when Traveling Todd ate some pavement at the Marvin's remote.
Oh, it's a good one.
But this Hunter Biden versus Picasso thing, I've just wondered where the confused American is. We hadn't heard from him in a while.
Yeah. There's actually a reason for that, but it's working its way back.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it's coming around.
You might have to go down an octave.
Yeah, that's
right.
To get to the octave I need to be at, I've had some voice issues, but had a good report yesterday, so you should see that come back. Let's go to Troy in Alabama. But you're right. There may be so much that confused American just can't keep up with it anymore.
Right. His head may explode.
Troy, go ahead.
Monkey grass and green acres, though.
Thank you, Troy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on the gender bathrooms. I was thinking, why haven't they border protection?
Man, I'm sorry, buddy.
I heard border in there. That's about it.
That might have been a blessing. Let's go to Kelly out of the great state of Georgia. Kelly, go ahead.
Hey guys, I love y'all. Listened to you for years and crack me up. First of all, thank you, Rick, for the side-splitting laughter on Beth Mowin. I love that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I was going to remind you guys, I'm sure you did this on the corn pop when Joe Biden was running for president.
Oh, yes.
I didn't know if you guys remembered that, where he was at the pool with all the kids and did the corn pop.
Oh, yeah,
Got hairy legs.
Greg does that one. Greg's got that one down.
You're pretty dialed in on
Yeah,
that.
you've got that one. What do you say?
I got hairy legs. Corn pop.
Hey, Joey.
Joey, they love each other. Got hairy legs. And a hairy back.
All right.
Okay, I'm adding that part.
Yeah, don't get Greg started on that one.
Back down to Mobile. John standing by. Johnny, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, you know, if you pull a Cadillac emblem on a Volkswagen, that don't make it no Cadillac.
It really doesn't.
It's for you.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what?
No, Greg, he's right.
I got hairy legs.
Hello, Joe. He's right.
Got enough hair on my butt to weave Indian blankets.
How about I remember he was using the term about, and I certainly was one of those people that, they just declare they're a Christian, but there's no evidence of it anyway. And I remember Adrian Rogers, and I live that way, so I'm talking about myself. He said, look, you can go stand in the garage all day, but it won't make you a car. You know what I mean?
You can make horn sounds.
Right.
You rev your engine up, no matter.
Joy in North Alabama. Joy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I've been with you from almost day one, and
thank you.
When the guy called earlier and asked if you guys like Pop-Tarts, I thought, well, maybe he hasn't been listening for a little while.
Yeah.
I can remember, Rick, when you came to speak at Robo Baptist Church years ago, and I knew you were coming, so I put together a gift basket, and one of the things I put inside, I tried to think of all your favorite things. And one of the things I put in there were the chocolate Pop-Tarts for Bubba.
Yeah, that's right.
I doubt I ever got it. I don't think I ever seen that. Not one.
You give one large guy Pop-Tarts to take to another, that other guy ain't got a chance.
That'll do it.
Bubba, they were good, though.
Yeah, I bet they were.
He said, Joey, I need some Pop-Tarts. My back's hairy.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, they love each other, Joey.
Joey?
See those two guys with Pop-Tarts?
Carl.
Joey.
KYTN, Union City, Tennessee. Sherry's coming there November 6th. Speak to the ladies at Calvary Baptist Church. How about that? Carl, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The bathroom thing can be fixed with one little sign put on the door, one with the lid up, one with the lid down. No more problems.
Yeah, I mean, Bubba's been saying this. I agree with it. We can pretend.
But what if you got hairy legs?
We can pretend all we want to, but there's just certain things.
All you got to have is a peep test.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go to.
There it is. There it is. There it ain't.
All right. I love how you got to look up and to the left when you do it.
He just say
Rick,
that.
Greg's looking up. I look down.
You've checked a litter of puppies. You've done it.
There it is. There it ain't.
You're right.
6 males, 4 females.
So there's 10 puppies.
Yeah, we had 10. Big lab had them.
Let's go to.
We'll have a big litter.
Go to Brad in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brad, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, Brad.
On my way into work this morning, I went down the rabbit hole with Wanda and Willie.
You just said, I'm going to listen to it and turn it on.
I said, I'm going to listen to it and turn it on. And to this day, I cannot get through it without dying, laughing, tears streaming down my eyes. And I always wonder, where did they really end up at?
Well, Brad, there's an old saying about letting sleeping dogs lie.
Yeah, I have ran into 2 people that know Willie.
Yeah.
And they've given me the evidence when they knew things that only he would know, and they actually really know.
But I caution everyone.
Yeah, we've had some.
I caution everyone.
We've had some close encounters that we haven't broadcast.
Yeah. Has there ever been a movie that featured a mummy ever? That when they went down and said, "I tell you what, let's open it up." No. That turned out good?
Never. A lot of dust. Not good.
It's never good.
No. Usually people get killed.
Leave the tomb alone. Leave the mummy alone. Don't you open that mummy case.
Don't do it.
Just don't do it. It'll say, "Go." So let's just keep that in the recorded memory world of radio bits.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you